to the third edition of Industry Samurai Awards. It's our first in-person event of Samurai Awards. Myself, Preeti Mishra, I'm the MD publisher of Mashmix Media and your host for the day. This is my first attempt, so I'm just requesting to please support me. Okay, this event is getting live streamed on LinkedIn, YouTube, and Twitter as well. This event is significant in many ways. And the biggest one is that we are honoring the makers and movers of the industry, the leaders who have shown an outstanding performance and resilience during this year. I invite Dinesh Mishra, my colleague, who is also the head of strategy. Dinesh Mishra, come here. He'll be giving the opening remarks for the event. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome everyone to the third edition of Industry Samurai Conference and Awards. What started with few webinars back in 2020 when the lockdown started turned into a series of webinars, and later on we have published a special issue called 17 Samurai, where 17 thought leaders from manufacturing, machine tools, industry, they have came together and help us to, publish that issue. And at that time, the idea came, when the naming of that 17 people was there with editor Mr. Anand. So he's a big fan of Akira Kurosawa, the director of Seven Samurai. So that was the idea behind, putting a title called Samurai. So then we published 17 Samurai, and we were in touch with all the colleges of India, and they said, why don't you come up with something to felicitate people and manufacturers and supply chain companies who have done well during the pandemic? So we thought, why not come up with awards honoring India's resilient makers and movers. So the first year, just after the lockdown 2020, we started this award. The first issue was focused on the companies who has done well during pandemic, who had made sure the industry is operational, the products, the shipments reaches to the people on time. And the second edition in 2021, the pandemic was a little low. So we thought, keeping a forward approach, the second edition was there. And now we are hosting the third edition. And the last 1 week was, we can say it was good for us, as we have come up with a journey of Industry Samurai Week, a 7-day dedicated virtual session focusing on different industry verticals, different thought leaders from the industry were there, and all the sessions were streamed live in all the channels. And we had a good response from all our sponsors, all our speakers, that the event is shaping up well. And I would like to thank our jury, all the esteemed jury who has helped us to make this award credible in the industry. And they had given their name, which has brought all the honesty and gravitas to the forum. And I welcome everyone. Preeti, thank you all the speakers and delegates. And I wish Preeti a successful Samurai Awards 2022. Over to you, Preeti.
Thank you. The next session is a panel discussion on India's aerospace industry aiming high. I invite our speakers over here. Mr. Srinivasan Balasubramaniam, the CEO of IAMPL. Mr. Manoj K. Sundaram, Head Business Development, Carl Zeiss. Mr. Hardik Someshwar, Senior Manager, Projects and Operations, Collins Aerospace. And our moderator, Mr. Anand Pandey, the editor of DMI. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear my voice? Thank you. Thank you very much. This is how we reach people here and the world where things don't work. Our Jugaad philosophy always works. All right. So this is being live streamed on Twitter and YouTube and LinkedIn. This is a first of its kind event. This has many firsts, although it looks like it is confined within one room, but this is much, much larger than that, ladies and gentlemen. This concerns two industries. This is related to two industries, manufacturing and supply chain. Uh, that is one rare thing, one first about this in the country. Usually, the focus is either on manufacturing or supply, but this brings the two industries, their best practices, their leaders together. So that is the first thing about this event. The second thing is obviously this is absolutely tailor-made for the social media world. As you see in the Oscars and other places, you have a selfie point, and you have places where people from all over the world are commenting and saying hi to their stars. That is something that we have brought to the industry. Now, everybody in the world, our relatives who are based in the US, in Europe, other places, they are watching this. So fumbles like these will be excused because everybody knows we are doing this for the first time. But at the same, I'm so pleased and I'm so delighted to have with us eminent sector experts, industry leaders, thought leaders, who are going to talk about the most important industry, at least in the area, in the region that we're sitting, and the world and the country. This is the industrial hub of the aerospace industry, and we are so fortunate to have the leaders with us. I will introduce the speakers to you, and also I'll introduce a quick backgrounder of what we're going to talk about. We have, as Preeti introduced to you, we have Srinivasan Balasubramanian, CEO, IAMPL, Hardik Someshwar, Senior Manager, Projects and Ops Support, Collins Aerospace, Manoj K. Sundaram, Head Business Development, Carl Zeiss, India, and yours truly. The topic is India's aerospace industry aiming high. This is a high altitude discussion, as the name suggests. Now, as you must have experienced, ladies and gentlemen, in the last last few days, the airports are teeming with people. There are queues all around, and everybody's blaming everybody else as it happens. But the biggest takeaway is that there is a lot of pent-up demand in aerospace, in civil aerospace, air travel that is coming. It's true, not only in India, but all over the world. So that is the major thrust, the major hook, as they say in media and journalism, about this industry. So there's a lot of demand, whether our industry is well poised to take up that demand and the present and the future growth. So not very long ago, the analyst said that the sector will not be able to fully recover until 2024. And I'm talking about the Gartners of the world. They predicted that it will take some time for us to reach the pre-pandemic levels. But now the research suggests that we have already reached very close. About 72% of pre-pandemic air capacity, passenger capacity levels have already been reached in India, and every month we are growing in double digits in air capacity. So you know all the numbers, you are from the industry. One thing I want to share with you, or maybe I'll share it during the questions, a jet or an aircraft engine has more than 30,000 moving parts. And these gentlemen know much more about engines and engine technology, propulsion than I do, obviously. But I want to tell you that the supply chain of aircraft is so influential in shaping up the industry because it involves so many stakeholders. There's the thing I bring to you. So I'll move to the first question very, very quickly. I will start with Hardik, and the first question is that the last 2 years, we don't see, there is something called the pandemic fatigue. And we don't want to hear about the pandemic and COVID. It's just, we want to move past that. But sometimes we need to look back and take the lessons that we have learned from the past. So Hardik, this question is that the last 2 years were particularly tough on the aerospace industry. What were the lessons that we learned, and what were the main takeaways going forward? Hardik?
All right. Thank you so much for that question. And this is not, let me make this very clear. I'm personally, these are my views and these are my viewpoints. I'm not representing my company here. These are my personal views. So I think overall, the industry definitely went through a significant downturn. Just to give you a perspective, March of 2020, our air traffic went down by 90%. And Collins Aerospace, as you could imagine, does most of the work in commercial aviation. About 75% of our business is commercial aviation, 25% is military/defense. Commercial aviation is a big part of the business that went down. And what do? You have a lot of capacity available, you have a lot of resources available. What do you do, right? You got to right size. So I think that is the first thing that we had to do. We had to right size our organization to meet the demand. But when we right size, and now we realize, like Anand was saying, demands come back, and we have capacity issues. We need to ramp up. So how do you right size accurately? How do you do a right crystal ball gazing, right size it such that you have the core competencies, you have the right resources, you don't cut your bones. You cut your flap, you cut your muscles, but you don't cut your bones. I think that's number one. Number two, and this has been a life lesson for me. There's a very good friend of mine who talked about it. Whatever goes down will come up. Whatever is up will go down. So I think we shouldn't be too much worried about it. We should be resilient. We should think through. I think these are the two major lessons that we learned. Number three was another interesting lesson. There were people who were doing, let's say, an X job. There were folks in supply chain who didn't have to buy parts. There were folks who were production planners who didn't have to do any production because there was no production happening. There were engineers who were doing, design, stress analysis. They didn't have jobs. So what do? Yes, you need to keep the core capacity. We had to cross-train several folks. And in my own business, I'll tell you, for an example, we were working on a lot of new product development. A lot of the programs stopped. Nobody had the money. We had to cross-train them to work on aftermarket. How do we solve the aftermarket issue? We actually had to pivot from commercial to military. So there were several pivots that we have to drive. I think these are the few highlights of my learnings over the past couple of years. Thank you so much.
First of all, that's a great question, and I think you articulated it very well of all the learnings. Yeah. You hear me well now? You hear me back even now? Yeah, this is working. So coming to the learnings, the first learning for us is, first learning out of this pandemic is like, do a resilient business. So if not possible, then make your business resilient. So that's what we can do. We cannot choose sometimes to do a resilient business, but make the business resilient. Yeah, and we have done it. I mean, each one of us, there is no straightforward answer for that, but each one of us have done it in our own way. And as the already pointed out, resizing the business, restructuring. So these are all one of the few other options available to us. Second most important thing, what we have learned from that is, take care of your people. That's very important. Don't in the form of while we attempted restructuring, but at the same time, as Hardik pointed out, whatever goes down will come up. So work with optimism, work with taking care of people. Finally, the business is for people, consumers. Finally, it's all for consumers. So whatever goes down will come up. But there are priorities when you do the business restructuring or to take care of the business. Finally, you have to take care of the business so that business takes care of you. So that's also a point. So balance it and don't try to overdo things in panic. So that's what is another learning what we had. Third thing, look with optimism. So don't, as the leaders, this is a big leadership lesson. So when you are in such a situation, you have to balance the whole thing. Like, you can take care of the current situation, but also plan for the future. Keep the future in mind with optimism. That is a leadership lesson, and plan for it from there. And that is very, very important. So, I mean, we did that, and then we were successful in navigating the situation, keeping these points in mind. And most important thing, that was an opportunity for us we learned a lot of digital ways of doing things during the pandemic. Don't drop those learnings thinking that it's all over. Continue that, because we have started a lot of good things during that time. One of the major learnings the time is to go digital and do some innovative, simple innovation during that period. Continue that thinking and then take it forward for the success of the business and to equip ourselves better knowledge.
Siri, I want to bring this up, is that you've been such a solid support for us, in the sense that you were one of the samurais that influenced, that inspired this award. I remember that the moment everything closed down, I just called up Dinesh. I said, we have to talk to people. Nobody's talking to anybody, and it's complete. People are confined in their homes, and we have to talk to industry people to know what in God's name is going on. And nobody was willing to talk because everybody was uncertain on there. But you agreed. You were one of the 17 samurais, as we call them. You agreed. I remember you sitting in your office, despite all that, and coordinating with the workers, ensuring that people are safe as a leader. I remember that, and you were talking to us also that everything is fine. Don't worry, things are going on as usual. Can you tell us about the experience that you had when things shut down and you had to continue operations? See.
Yeah, that's a nice point. Yeah. When March 24th, 2020, there was an announcement, there's going to be a lockdown, and we were all aware of it, and then we accepted it. There was no choice. Better you accept it. So we accepted it for a couple of days. Then we thought, our business is to support the global, air movement. We are supplying parts to the critical engines that was supporting the pandemic also, like moving the, critical transportation movements, cargo movements, including the medical support supplies all over the world. So also we have to think about what next steps. That's more important. Instead of pointing out, the immediate thought for 2 days, we were down, accepted it. The next immediate thing is we all started as a part of the chamber, we from Bangalore and from the global side. What next? So then we were working with the government on opportunities to open soon as possible. Just within a week, we were one of the first organizations to start the operations on 3rd of April. Within less than a week, and within 5 days, 6th day, we got the permission. We went there, we rearranged, considering all the hygiene requirements to operate, including how to transport. Every inch of it we planned, all the movements, how to call for the people, what is the communication, how to provide secured feeling to the people who are going to come to your office or to the operations, how to give them an insurance, how to guarantee them that they are going to be safe, to their families. We started activating the communication. I still remember talking to the people on priority who are required to come to the office, talking to them and talking to their family also, take them into confidence. And we went and activated some better insurance packages and got them to office, factory, started that with the first shift on the 7th day. And it was all fine. We re-engineered the workplace, considering all the social distance requirements, and ensured everyone was provided with the hygiene kit and everyone was checked for the temperature. We also had a mobile and medical support system available in our office. Also 24/7 helpline system. We collaborated with the service provider, medical services service provider, not only for our employees and for their families. All of them can dial in and go anytime. 24/7 support was provided. Apart from the medical, the coordination system inside our office. Also, we provided an online support system, medical support system for our family and the distant family members through a web check-in. They can also consult doctor online. So we provided all this apart from the insurance enhancement, whatever we did. And we picked up people from their home and without any interruption, brought them to the office. And it was ensured it was a safe environment, dropped them back home without any interruption, and started building confidence. And that engagement was really, helpful to us. And every alternate day we had also counseling from the medical, through mics online from the medical experts of what's happening, because the media was a lot of, panic news, as well as what is more important is how to look forward, how to digest it, and then how to do what is best we can do. And then we began, and it was a great story. And then we were continuously engaged with the people. We had also, people in our office getting infected. That isolation policy was in place, and we safeguarded them. We had collaborative arrangements with the hospitals. So, but luckily, everyone till date safe without any, none of our employees, fortunately, were impacted, except that the regular routine infections, whatever we had. Also, as we came out, we also arranged for the vaccination program free of cost to all our employees. In the first available opportunity, we tied up with a service provider, health service provider. We vaccinated our employees and the nearby community, because we also, the important lesson learned during that period, you have to consider the ecosystem in which you operate, because it's not you. As much as possible, you have to take care of your neighbors and in the ecosystem which you operate. That is the greatest lesson which we also learned, because if you get cold, the other guy is going to sneeze. That's what we all learned around the world. So it is like, it is not only you, self-centered thinking is not going to work.
True.
So that's another big lessons learned.
Absolutely. Amazing. Bravo. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes.
All right. So we did exactly all that Srini said. I think this was a playbook that nobody had defined, right? Nobody knew how COVID is going to play out, but we defined the playbook. We made it work right within a week. Our plants were operational. We did not miss a single delivery commitment. We took care of our people, and not just our people. We did spend significant amount of money, about 5% of our money, on CSR, and specifically around the Devanali area where our new plant is coming up. We went back to panchayats and said, all our workers, all the folks, we did vaccination camps, we provided them medical facilities. Additionally, another element, because our organization is a combination of manufacturing and engineering. For engineering, it was quite a challenge, and I come from mechanical engineering background. Pre-pandemic, nobody imagined you could work from home. Mechanical engineering, you're downloading GBs of data. How do you work from home? And literally, my organization, there were hardly 30% folks who had laptops. You know what? I ran about 10 kilometers in office just to make sure my entire team gets laptops, right? Now you've got laptops. We're in the week 1 of pandemic. Now people can't connect. Nobody knew how to connect VPNs. But I think we figured it out. We acted with agility, and our productivity levels were through the roof. During that period, our productivity actually went above 100%. I can tell you that. There's another thing that happened. Innovation. We had close to 500 invention disclosure filed, hundreds of patents that were filed during the pandemic. So that's another perspective I wanted to add.
Hi, good morning. So the two gentlemen, they are from the inside the aerospace industry, and I represent Carl Zeiss. So we are from the measurement side of the story. So we had, as was explained, we had our own challenges because customers working in the aerospace industry or other industries, they had to keep the machines up and running. And mostly in our case, there are always new technologies which come in. And we had a limitation of people, not getting people out to Germany for training. So that was a norm. The norm is there'll be a new product and new software, and the engineer feels that he should have the first-hand training from the guy who kind of was involved in the development. So this was a big challenge to everybody, as was explained. So we had one experience could be that we had remote VR devices which were provided at Germany and over to our guys here. So when the guy goes and stands in front of the machine, he would get direct guidance. I mean, the visual stream will be streamed back to the guy in Germany. He would guide what buttons to press, what software to run. And that is how our training started happening. to support the aerospace companies and all other companies in India. So what we have learned is the digitization, which many things have been told. I would like to say one additional thing is, the doomsday prediction for aerospace or airline industry has come many times. In 2002, I remember when we first had the internet chatting and things going on, video calls had started. They said now people will not travel, but that was not the case. I think it boomed in 2010 when virtual conferences could happen, or what they call real-time events, like as if you're sitting in a space where you have people live, almost live in front of you. They said again airline industry would have an issue. It didn't happen. In COVID, there was a prediction. Now it will not come back. And as he says, it is coming back, what we call as a revenge travel. So I think this will go on, but the airline industry will see new heights. On the business side, I do not know. Our management really did a great job. During the pandemic, during the last 2.5 years, we did not shy away from investing in acquiring companies related to aerospace, developing solutions related to aerospace. Two of our biggest drivers is one is sustainability, second is additive relating to the aerospace industry. We have invested heavily in these two topics, and today we have a aerospace vertical separately running, delivering software additive solutions to the companies. So we have gained, we have invested in a lot of money, we have gained a lot of solutions, and we're ready to face the renewed vigor which is coming up in the aerospace industry. Yes.
So many new things happening. We are living in times where every day we wake up with the feeling that what do we have to face today, the bad. Now and the aerospace industry, ladies and gentlemen, particularly has impacted everybody in both good and bad ways. Now suddenly people realize that don't worry. So people suddenly realize, everybody, whether they are from the industry or from outside, people realize how it reaches out to their lives, how it affects their lives. New airports are opening up. The Ministry of Aviation is very active on this front, and there was this vision from since a long time. I remember I spoke with one of the gentlemen who's part of NITI once, and that was a decade ago, and he was not with NITI then. And the vision was, and I interviewed him for the publication, it's out there in the public domain. I was speaking with Mr. Khan, and he had released a book, and he said that I envision that every city, every tier 2 and tier 3 town will have an airport, and it will really transform this country. That was way back when even the railways didn't used to work properly, and I thought it was just a leap of imagination. But recently, when I went back to my native city, back in the country yard, on a plane with my mother, in my next seat, it was such a moment of pride to me. So the point I'm trying to make here is that aerospace is touching everyone's lives in the country. Now the question is more on the business side now, the gentleman, is that the exuberance that you see now in the aerospace sector, both on parts of the operator and the consumer, how much of that is an emotional reaction to what we've just seen, and how much is that is going to translate into real business potential? Hardik, your turn.
Right. So I think that's a fantastic question. If you look at the market, let's just talk statistics, right? Today, India, there are 400,000 passengers that travel every single day. We are almost at the same level pre-pandemic or about slightly higher. We saw what happened in Delhi airport, 3.5-hour queues and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of pent-up demand. There is a revenge travel that's happening, but we have to look at this market in 3 segments, right? You look at general aviation, business aviation, that's actually gone way above the pandemic level. A lot of CEOs and CXOs who can afford planes, they don't want to go on another plane. They want to fly their own aircraft. So that's gone up. Number two is the single aisle market, the 320 neos, the Indigos that we fly in the country. That market's again picked up significantly because that's short haul, not a long haul. That market's picked up. I think we're talking about rate 70s for the 320, right? And that's phenomenal type of a rate. The next market segment is wide body, and that's still struggling. That's this 87s and 350s. There is still a little bit less of intercontinental travel. And China specifically is impacting that because China had very strict COVID policies. But if you look at it, wide body also, I'm very optimistic will pick up. There specifically, if we were to look at it in the Indian market, Tata has just bought the Air India, and I think all of us have seen the news. They're not just going to buy the single aisle planes. They're going to buy wide body. They will put us on the map, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of business. There's also another dimension that happened, right? Geopolitics is very important, specifically in aerospace industry. There's a war that's happening, and then there is China on the other side. And everybody's realized they put their eggs in one basket. They probably need to start dual sourcing, and I think that's where India's turn comes in.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Another relevant question to today's situation, and they articulated it beautifully. And to answer to your question, Anandya, it's a reality. How much of that is emotional? Very less, because it's not that people spend money just because of emotion, particularly to go in a plane. But see, I mean, I'll divide this into, again, the three different parts, like people traveling in the absence of something, you realize the importance. That's the life, right? If you get something always available, you don't even recognize it. So when the air travel was not available, people realized the importance of air travel, and that's what now they are trying to make use of it. And yeah, that's becoming a reality. The demand is coming back, particularly on the domestic side. It's picking up, almost reaching some few months, last couple of months, it's in fact reached to the pre-pandemic levels, or certain cities are more than the pre-pandemic levels, like that, whatever we see in the Delhi airport over the last couple of weeks. So that's reality. And the wide body or the international travel, the long haul travel is an area which is yet to come back to the pre-pandemic levels, but we are confident that slowly people realize the value because it's spent by most of the business guys, right? Business guys always look at the return on investment. Coming back to the question of how much of that is emotional. So this portion of it is like, people, the emotional portion of it works in the domestic. On the business travels, it's on the return on investment. Is really required, or you really required to travel. Why not we use the Skypes or the Teams or the new technology that's available to us? But slowly, now people are realizing there's a value in travel and meeting people, and the results are better. So people link the travel to the results, the speed with which they can achieve the results. So it's going to come back faster. Yeah, it's becoming a reality, and there's an opportunity available. Also, with that, the extension of the answer is like there's an opportunity available for those who are prepared and willing to take bold decisions. So that's the answer from my side.
This, I think we are answering, everybody's answering this as a consumer. So I think today it is a question of affordability and the value, what sir already mentioned, that we don't mind paying. Today the rates are in the range of 7,000 to 10,000 rupees for a travel anywhere. There is, we are all now getting used to what is called an instant gratification. So if I want to be in Delhi tomorrow, if there is a way, I don't mind. I know my way of earning, I would like to spend and go. So this is probably deep rooted to emotions that I want to meet somebody, I want to do something, I want to attend a party, or so whatever. There are consumer reasons to it. We see a value, so we spend and do it. Being in Bangalore, I will tell you that I don't mind spending 10,000 rupees to fly to Delhi and come back. But what hurts me is when I pay 2,000 rupees to go to the airport and spend 600 rupees on a on a vada sambar, which is actually more hurting. I don't see a value there. So if the airline industry could provide a value, definitely people will opt for it. And we must thank Deccan Airways for really inculcating what is called air travel. I remember the day when I spent 999 rupees. I was so happy. Sorry, 799 rupees to fly from Bangalore to Chennai, which was by a policy not allowed by companies. You were not supposed to do air travel. Air travel was supposed to be for somebody. So it's a big bang. Somebody should come up with a big bang to make it affordable. It has happened in India, and I think we are seeing the merits of it.
Sharing about it. The next question is something that I've wondered for a long, long time. This is about Bangalore. Yeah, can I hear? All right. Hello. Yeah, sorry about that. This is something that you're going to see for a long time, even after we have flying taxis in India. So this is something I really have wondered for a long, long time. This is about Bangalore. This is about Karnataka. That it has a rich ecosystem of manufacturers, of companies that specialize in aircraft manufacturing, in aerospace. And I've always wondered that what are the factors that make it so? So obviously, I've read the heritage, the history of this place. My question to the panelists is that what are the different factors, both historical and the present factors, the growth factors that come together to make the ecosystem around Bangalore and the state of Karnataka an ecosystem that contributes an amazing over 60% of India's aerospace related exports. That is amazing. One region contributing so much. So what is the secret sauce? And I'm going to turn to Hardik to give us his view.
All right. So I think I'm going to touch upon this at three levels. Number one is, I think, the climate, right? I come from a state which is, and I come from a desert, by the way, right? Western part of the India. The climate is so pathetic there. You go in summer, you just can't live without AC, and now you need a heater. But the climate has been phenomenal. I think that's helped a lot of the companies like ours, right? If I need to bring an exec, they would love to be here. I wouldn't take them to Delhi, right? That's number one. Number two, I think HALs, DRDOs of the world did a significant amount of service to the development of the ecosystem. And specifically, I think programs such as LCA Tejas did a great service to the country. I was with Dr. Kota a few weeks ago, and the amount of work this gentleman did in developing the ecosystem, the startups, the MSMEs, I think that's gone a long way. Number three is, I think, the government policies. Specifically, I met Kunjan Krishna last week. They are forthright, right? They are open to listen. They are the next gen bureaucrats. And they have so much importance that they give to aerospace industry. Chief Minister of Karnataka himself was at our facility to inaugurate our facilities. And that's the level of importance they give to the industry. I think these are the three broad reasons why the Karnataka is doing so well.
Thanks so much, Hardik.
Yeah. Thank you. That was a great answer, Hardik. And it's a very relevant question to overall. I mean, one is, what is Karnataka doing better? Yeah, continue to do that better in terms of the design, services, and more importantly, how do we bring hardcore R&D into Karnataka is something which is going to happen, but that's an area where people have to focus. So if we can, the institutional collaborations where we can bring that it's just not about the cost arbitration, why people have to come to India. Instead of that, if we can create the value arbitration, why people should come to India, that is the one thing which is going to stand out and make people to decide in the future. So that is something which we'll have to work on. So the starting point is available as a Bangalore, but to take it forward is up to the companies and the leaders to take it forward. And two areas to focus. One is on the R&D and the hardcore, and the manufacturing side, make baby steps. Don't try to imagine that you're going to reach tomorrow to start building planes, commercial planes in India. That's definitely going to happen, but it's going to take time. But split it into small steps and make it happen. And that's going to happen. I mean, as I rightly articulated, government is on top of it, and policymakers are on top of it, and industries are on top of it. Like we already saw the Tata's Airbus deal coming through. It's going to happen more and more, but Bangalore is the place.
Thanks. Right.
Yeah, so I think some good reasons have already been shared. The first thing is climate, we all know. And probably I was told, I do not know, I was told that most of the reasons why the HALs, NALs and all these things were established in and around 30 square kilometers of Bangalore was climate was a primary reason. That was at one point, and the programs which ran across these government companies. But also if you look at the entrepreneurship in Bangalore, I think aerospace requires a slightly different mindset than the auto component industry or other industry, where your ROI returns can be much quicker and there is not much risk involved. But in case of aerospace, we must complement the entrepreneurs in Bangalore. There are a lot of medium scale aerospace companies who have invested doing small parts, but the owner, we have seen in most of the cases, because I have to give you just a statistic about 3 years back, pre-COVID, at 1 year, we had about 45 aerospace companies in Bangalore investing in quality equipments from us, which cost roughly around a range of 1 crore and all. So to have a mindset to get into aerospace, you must be an engineer with a good mechanical degree. You must have a little bit of passion, and you must be willing to put in money and wait for a long term to really get the results. This is not an industry where you will get results in 3 months or 6 months just because your grandfather was in the same business and things like that. This goes through a very arduous process. So I would say the ecosystem developed by the companies, the climate given by God, the engineering institutes, the famous engineering institutes in India, and the entrepreneurship mindset of Bangaloreans really made it possible that we became a center. Another point would be the machine tool companies in Bangalore, because to do a aerospace component, you require a good understanding of machine tools, which was by nature was available in Bangalore. And these are some of the reasons why probably we are doing quite well.
Absolutely. And being a history geek, I'm always interested in the different factors that come together to organically make a certain place good for an industry. For example, in the US, as you see, Detroit and San Jose, and well, not to mention Las Vegas, which is not in relation, obviously, to the aerospace. But these are the regions that came up on the strengths and supported by their government. Now, Bangalore fascinates me, and Karnataka fascinates me because it has its own strengths. Government policies are coming up now, but it has always come up with being called the Silicon Valley of the world, when we really wanted somebody from India to join the globalization, the wave of globalization. Now, I want the audience members to join the conversation. We have already reached about the end. Yes, Manoj, please.
Just one point I thought to mention is that Bangalore was or is not a really auto component market. So that also, Bangalore had to create its niche. So when you look at topics like that, Chennai became an auto component market. So naturally, you have to have a clear choice, and probably that's why Bangalore picked up aerospace.
Hardik, you want to add?
Yes, I would like to add. So a lot of people think Bangalore as the center for digital, IT, software, but Bangalore is also an aerospace hub. And to Srini's point, he's right? You need to take small steps. And I want to add what Collins has done in developing the ecosystem. Collins is celebrating 25 years in India this year, right? We've been in the country for 25 years. We've worked with players from auto industry. There are several players, I don't want to name the names, but we worked with several players who had aspiration to get into aerospace. We worked with them hand in hand. There's a significant delta between automotive world and aerospace world. If you're an automotive guy, which I was before joining Collins, you want to get things done faster. Here, your returns on investment payback periods are much longer. And we work with the folks, not just the payback period, but also in terms of technology, in terms of special processes certification. Just so that everyone knows, we have close to 1,500 manufacturing employees in the country. We source more than $100 to $200 million worth of components from the country. By far, we are the largest aerospace company, which has both engineering and manufacturing presence in the country. We have close to 5,000 people in the country. About 33% of this manufacturing, and remainder is, of course, engineering and digital. So we're not just betting on Bangalore just for engineering and digital, betting on Bangalore for manufacturing as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. More power to you and your company, Hardik. Thank you so much, and congratulations on completing the anniversary. I want the audience to join the conversation. Keep your, obviously, questions specific to aerospace, because we've been talking about so many things. Please have your questions, ask your questions to the panelists, if you have any. Magesh, yes, please.
Check. I have one question on the aerospace.
Hello, sir. Which, sorry.
I'm from Ace Manufacturing Systems
Right.
in Peña. What is the percentage of parts locally made and imports in aerospace industry? How much is the import content and how much is the local content?
Right. So that's a great question, right? So our manufacturing site, which builds and assembles, we are essentially in-house, we only do assembly, right? For assembly, final assembly and testing. But we source significant portions. When you transition, let's say, a product from a Western world, US or Europe, of course, most of it is import because you don't want to disturb the supply chain. But then you kick in an effort to locally source parts. I would say, depending on a product, it could vary, but we've gone as high as 40 to 50% local content on certain products.
Thanks, Hardik. Srini, you want to take this up?
The answer is people from the aerospace industry, they want to localize. So I think if one is like to understand how much is localized so far, but that's not going to change future, right? I mean, is there an intention to localize more? Yes. So how much we can contribute to that? That's the question which can, help us to grow the business.
That's a very politically correct question. So thank you for that. Manoj, you want to take a shot? Absolutely. So what I've understood from a media perspective is that it depends. It depends. Do not take their answers in estimating there is a certain percentage of local content, and there is a, because media takes it up, laps it up, such figures which are absolutely not true. Me being in the industry for long, depending on the product, it could go from 80% to single digits, and it's true all over the world. The localization game is there all over, depending on the specialty of the product. So this is not an affirmation of how much local content we have. Now the next question, Magesh, you had a question.
So my question to the panel is, China with a lot of innovation and guts managed to make their own commercial passenger aircraft to move away from the Boeings and Airbuses of the world. So keeping in mind that we have Make in India initiative, in your view, how many years or decades do you think we may have made in India aircraft flying in the world?
I think
The intention is already there, and you're already seen that there is a collaboration happening in between Tata's, Airbus, HAL is attempting. There is no straightforward answer today available to the question like how many years.
Very clear. Now, I'm talking as a country man, right? I think there are several initiatives in place. I'm sure all of us know Space Laboratories, right? They are running a first certification program called Smart 2. That's a 19-seater aircraft, relatively low complexity, and the retrofit schedule, I believe, is this decade. They will certify a plane which will fly. It is all made in India, designed in India. What's more important is not just made in India, but design is an important element. We built a lot of planes in India. HAL does a lot of planes in the country, and HAL now has started doing a lot of design. But it's not just important to make parts. It is important that you know nuances of what features you add, what features you do not add. So I think it's both design and make. And I think there is an intent. There's a right intent right from the top, right from the central government to make it happen.
Thanks, Arthur. Manoj, you want to have?
Yeah, just if I may connect the two threads, the two questions which came up. What everybody is looking forward to is a Suzuki aircraft in India. What Maruti Suzuki did for the auto industry is what we all need, because unless you have a big bang approach done by somebody, either with government support or private, the complete ecosystem would not develop. We would never get those skills. We would never reach those levels when the sourcing would happen at such high levels. So it is, I think it is in the hands of mostly in these cases, the government to put in policies to see that we start making some minor strides like Maruti Suzuki and Hyundai, which really changed the auto component industry for India from the 1980s and 90s onwards. So I think, as Sir said, in our lifetime, we would see an Indian aircraft and fly in one at a reasonable rate.
Thanks, Manoj. I want to round up this conversation with the note that I'm really thankful on your behalf, on the behalf of my fellow countrymen, for our aerospace sector and for the work of your gentlemen's efforts, because it means a lot. It is so influential on so many levels. The biggest being that you're giving us one of the safest modes of travel to the far most reaches of the country, which was not amazing to see the time of the air. I'm not worried anymore with hitting an air pocket as I'm worried in a rail coach about worry, it's come. So this amount of safety that you the sector is incredible. The second, obviously, is that aerospace is an early adopter in a lot of technologies. For example, digital twin technology, AR, VR, digitalization, and other industries lap this up. They follow it's so much needed in India, where we look for case studies and applications and use cases from other countries, but right in the center of our country, you have use cases, you have applications. It influences a whole lot of industries. And the third and very important point is the space technology, the space sector. It's a fast growing sector everywhere in the world. Governments and organizations are betting big money. Our future is going to be shaped by the space technology, and you are giving it a momentum, a growth. Thank you so much for that, gentlemen. Yes, Manu, you want to add?
As you mentioned, the space sector, you can see that we have companies in Hyderabad have made big strides in making rockets and also satellites using additive manufacturing using additive manufacturing. And additive manufacturing is one space where the aerospace industry, I mean, it's kind of cutting through, because even US or Europe or these countries are at the same level. So this isn't one space where Indian entrepreneurs could jump into it and see how they can enable more sourcing using additive manufacturing. Last week there was a big conference in Ramaya University where the Boeing heads had really said that they would definitely source more and they would look at more additive component sourcing from India. So that's will augur well for the.
So I request the audience to put their hands together to appreciate the work and the vision of these gentlemen from the aerospace sector, the sector as a whole. Thank you so much, audience. You've been a wonderful and a patient audience. Over to the next session. Thank you, gentlemen.
Leave it.
Check. Check, check.
That was a wonderful session. Thank you to the speakers for such an engaging conversation. We will be having a 10 minutes short break. A tea break is there. Kindly, and we'll begin the next session by around 11 o'clock. Yeah. Thank you.
No.
Hello. Sorry for that cacophonic noise that came out of my mouth. I, I invite back folks, everybody to your chairs. The next panel discussion is going to be as engaging, as captivating, if not more, than the one that you just saw. The one that is going to follow is about India's manufacturing industry, galvanizing manufacturing growth. I invite all the audience members to come back. We'll have a networking session after the award ceremony, which is soon going to follow. And this, the next panel discussion to follow is unmissable. It's not to be missed. So I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to come back. And we're going to begin our next session. I invite the publisher of Meshmix Media and DMI, Ms. Preeti Mishra, to announce the next session. Thank you so much.
Check, check.
Welcome back. The next
Sure.
panel discussion is focused on galvanizing India's manufacturing measures and aims. I invite our speakers on stage. Mr. Mangesh Univasan, founder, data mentor. Mr. Luca Mithiochi, MD Mapus India. Dr. Naga Hanumaya, Director, Central Manufacturing Technical Institute. And the moderator for the event is Gayatri Sharma, Head of Communication, India and South Asia, Rolls-Royce. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to everyone here, and it's a pleasure to be in this room full of very eclectic, learned people from this industry and from various sectors. And thank you to the panel for joining us, Magesh, Luca, and Naga. I'm going to start off with a quick warning for everyone. Please don't switch off the mics. I think that's what apparently has been causing some of the technical issues. So we'll try and make this glitch-free as much as possible for everyone. So I must apologize in advance and say that I'm more of a layperson from, outside the industry. I still think I'm learning so much every day about both manufacturing and the sector that I represent, which is aerospace and defense with Rolls-Royce. So it's a pleasure to be here and to be moderating this discussion on a very, very important topic on how can India be galvanizing its manufacturing sector. And I'm going to jump right onto it and start by asking each of you about how the momentum has really picked up in the last couple of years, because I think, of course, the pandemic, we all know, has impacted different industries differently over the last couple of years. And I know we're all kind of, also fatigued listening to conversations about the pandemic. So let's focus on the positives of how has the rebound been and how, because I think we're all ready to forget about the pandemic and just move on and get going with business. So from that point of view, and I know I have people with fantastic experience sitting here in the panel with me. So I'll start with you, Naga. Tell us about your view of how this momentum has picked up in the last couple of years.
Okay, so just I'll take half a minute. Basically I'm from CMTA, Central Manufacturing Technology Institute, just next neighbor to this place. Yes, we are research institute. Maybe my response is particularly from that point of view. We as a research institute, we primarily, it is a 60 years old institute. we design, develop machines in the India. Over 60 years, we have developed 500 technologies, and then we offer closely 3,000 industrial services in a year and train more than 2,000 people in a year on various aspects, but not on academic degree. It is more of practice, imparting a practical skills on the working force. If I look at before pandemic and after pandemic, so definitely, I will give you one example. I think that judge, I have a temporary recruitment called project fellows. I against project and I pay. I won't take the company. One company itself pulled all our 6-7 people in 1 month. That means from January onwards, this particularly the 2022, almost 70 people have left. 70 people who are otherwise fresh engineers when they joined us, and when they left, they're all worked maybe less than 2 years or maybe little more than 2 years. And minimum pay was 4.5 lakhs, maximum is 13 lakhs CTs. So that clearly shows that yes, there is a boom, confidence in the industry, and there is also required the skill set, which is otherwise not available in the graduate engineer who comes out of the institute. I think that is a good example what is happening in manufacturing.
Thank you, Naga. Luca, I know that we had an opportunity to have a brief chat earlier, and Marpos is in very diversified segments, and with your vision of you say it and we make it. So I think I'd really look forward to your experience of how is this, how have things picked up on the manufacturing side, and what have been your own learnings as an organization.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having this opportunity to speak. And starting with the fact that I'm here in India for almost 1 year. So, I mean, before I was in UK, so let's say that I can speak about my past experience or what I see, we have been impacted in Europe, let's say, with the pandemic, and what I saw here, this is the catching up, because when I joined Marpos here in India, there was still lockdown, etc. So we were discussing what to do, how to put in place the safety, the measure in order to prevent and to safeguard our workforce, And definitely, I think, it is what I'm seeing, that India is catching up much faster than the Western country. That is for sure. That is for sure. That is for sure. Because speaking still with my colleague in UK, but even in Europe, in Italy, etc., the market is catching up, but it's still quite slow. It's quite very low because the regulation are still a little bit, and also the manufacturing companies has been hit very hard. There has been support from the government, but a lot of people left. And when a lot of people is leaving, we are losing skills. So in order to rebuild this kind of skills is taking a lot of time, and that is affecting dramatically the business. Here, for our lucky, from what I saw, we have been able to retain, due to the policy, to our paying anyway our employees as per fully pay, so we did not cut anything, etc. We've been able to retain the majority of them, but as my colleague just said, the market also, as we are affecting by this, leaving of employee, because there is a lot of opportunities. The market is catching up, and yes, we are trying to retain our most talented people, but I think that is not even a right thing to do. So I know that is affecting the business. As a businessman, I know that is affecting, but is a growing for them. So they have to grow. I think that everyone have to put himself in a position where he have to prove himself. So why? I mean, if what they want, go. I think, but yes, definitely is catching up, and I think that for the next few years, we are in the, as I said every time, we are in the right place in the right moment. Absolutely.
Thank you, Luca. I think that's music to our ears to know that India has definitely picked up faster than the rest of the world. And I think, of course, we are ahead of the curve in many, many areas. So it's good to know that, because I think it's always a debate on the growth of the manufacturing sector itself. It's a constant debate on, whether we are in the right place and whether we are really moving the needle fast enough, and where are we going with it, and is Make in India working? So I think great inputs. Thank you so much. Magesh, over to you for your perspective, especially as a founder of a data-led organization and digital technology organization.
Sure. So I've had corporate experience for 24 years across the world, and of this 24 years, I worked for 6 organizations. And of the 6, 5 have been manufacturing brands, Fortune 100 brands in the world. To name them, I've started my career with Bosch, and then with Black & Decker. I worked with Sony, and I worked with Blaupunkt, and then my last stint was with a company called ZF, Zeppelin Foundation. So, and I did also almost a 5-year stint with HCL Technologies, which is the digital part of my career. So, what is interesting in my view about India today, especially in 2022 December, is, we've had the green revolution in India, when we gained the independence, which is what put India in the agricultural map of the world. And then we had the white revolution, which is what put India in the milk map of the world. And now I think with Make in India, India is on the cusp of the manufacturing revolution of the world. And the geopolitics that's happening worldwide, puts India in the right spot at the right time for every single brand, manufacturing brand, which has enterprise in India to scale up the operations. And if they don't have, they have a very strong, geopolitical impetus and, requirement to establish their base in India. So I think, India has proven very clearly with coming out very strongly post-pandemic that our manufacturing sector as well as our technology sector have done very well in managing, the people priorities, making sure that, people have come across successfully unscathed in the pandemic. And India stands a great opportunity to, take the space which China is now creating because of its behavior in world politics. And this has very strong implications for India in the manufacturing sector. So that's my first comment. And the second comment is that there is a lot of digitalization which can unlock more value in the Indian manufacturing space. And I think there has to be a synergy established, a bridge established between the software companies of India, which are leading the world and bringing in a substantial amount of value to the GDP in terms of, the export dollars by exporting software services. If this particular sector can, intelligently marry the manufacturing sector, then I think we have a formidable force, from India, completely universal in that, this is one country with the highest technical English speaking population that can, communicate with 195, 200 countries around the world with very universal outlook in terms of, social beliefs and, being able to accept other cultures of the world. And I think the Indian manufacturing sector married with the Indian technology sector can make a very unique, offering to the world, which is unprecedented. There's no other country that can match what India can offer. And that now the world is realizing, from the post-pandemic side of things. This is my view.
Thank you so much, Magesh. I think great points there, especially considering how the conversation is always about service sector versus the manufacturing sector. So creating a bridge between the two and creating an offering that can truly go global, I think is a fantastic viewpoint there. Thank you so much for that. Moving to continuing that conversation, I think it's also, I mean, that's a trend for sure, about how digital technologies have the potential to play a role in the future of the manufacturing sector and the growth of the sector. What I would like to know from Naga and Luca as well. Luca, Naga, why don't you start and give me your views on what are the trends that you think are going to really enable the sector to take the next big leap?
I have little different views here. If you look at a digital manufacturing, I think the company which is otherwise do job shops located in Pune, his requirement is entirely different from company like yours, right? India being a MSME built kind of industrial setup, one has to carefully, particularly those who are into digitalization, digital tools providers, has to look at the localization and customization. I think that is in that the gap area where basically we CMT is focused. I will tell you experience. If you look at a industry 4 and all people are looking, see, essentially industry 4 has 4 pillars. That is to understand what you are doing based on the data which is acquired from real sources, digitizing and sharing to a respective who does predictions, then that predictions you can take it back to the original resources. That is what the industry 4 advocates. So now if you look at it, I'm doing a shop. If you go and ask, okay, I can do this cloud and all, it doesn't require, because still India HR is affordable. I won't say cheap, it is affordable. He needs solutions, digitalization solutions. Say for example, that is where our smart manufacturing group, we focus. Say for example, I have a milling machine, which is used to cut the material to create some shape. Typical cutting time is less than 30%. Even if you go to automotive companies, automation, it is implemented a lot, still is very low. So now, do you have, we people digitization, whatever solutions we give, that can increase 35 to 45%. Yes, then there now at least people have they will offer a coffee to discuss. I think that is where we digital people, because there are many startups have come up in the country. At least in Bangalore alone, I am aware of about 40 startups have established last 2 years who works in so-called digitization industry 4. I think those industries should have to look into that. Don't look at, see, we don't require, still even if you go to job shop, majority job shop believes on logbook maintained by an operator. And so-called Mishraji Banerjee, somebody is there in the company works on that. It is there, it is not going to change even next 10 years. So, but what is required is, do we have a solutions that reduce the idle time by 10%? Yes, there are people. Right? I think that is where we need to customize, localize. Then naturally, this kind of, I will give you an example. Our smart manufacturing solutions right now we implemented to 2 MSMEs. Owner is the engineer, rest all is not non-engineers, 2 MSMEs. But we also implemented a company like Toyota, where he has 64 machines, new engine plant we implemented. And we implemented a complete maintenance plan. So that is where I think we need to have. And another aspect which normally we are not neglecting is the process intelligence. We are only looking at connectivity, data transfer, clouding, and all computing. That is focus. Making a process intelligent is not happening. I think maybe start companies like you who have at least engineer-driven startups, digitization companies, try to focus on that. I think it's a long way to go, I know, but yes, there is a possibility.
Thank you, Naga, and thank you for the different viewpoint, because I think that's what we are all here for, is to hear the very diverse viewpoints. So, Luca, your views on what are the trends that you see coming up, which are going to enable the growth of the sector?
Speaking for Marpos, we are in this field too, because we saw the potential. And in fact, we are coming out with our own MIS software platform to connect all our machine. And for the first time in India, we'll present it in at Intex in January. And the digitalization, I think, especially for a country like India, could turn could be the key to enhance and increase dramatically the quality of your product. Because, and that I'm speaking for, an external viewer, because, I'm not an Indian, so I'm an Italian guy. So I live in China now. In the past, I moved over, as I say, UK, that India, and I saw that there is this, say, conflict. I know that is a hard word, but anyway, yes, between you and China. But what China did in the past, at least when I was there, they were looking to provide to the world the cheapest solution. If you want to beat them, you need to provide the quality solution. And in order to enhance this quality, you need to do that step in order to put in place all the tools, and the digitalization here will play a very big role in order to enhance this quality step. That will be the key for the success.
Thank you, Lucas. So value over cost, is what should be India's USP, is what you're saying. Great. Thank you so much for that. Magesh, I'm going to actually do a follow-up to you on this whole point of, what fits what, because obviously no one shoe fits all. And from that point of view, do you think that there is somewhere a challenge, especially as Naga was talking about Industry 4.0, and is there a challenge more in terms of also the awareness and the understanding of technology, which is kind of preventing the adoption and the marrying of, the offline and the digital kind of world that we are operating in?
Sure. So I think I'm not speaking big picture, right? Because that's what I'm good at. So the first thing that any country requires to excel in anything is a vision, right? And while people may find it often cliche, why is a vision required? But if there is no vision, then it's very difficult to communicate, to the masses or to the industry, where exactly do we want to go? That's very important. And that's the only way you can start to identify commonalities, identify gaps, and then start to look at, what is the infrastructure that you need to put in to facilitate the industry to take it to the next level. So a vision is required. Now let's look at history, right? There was a time when Made in Japan was not a premium label at all. It was in the same scenario of what Made in China was or still is in certain commodities, right? Nobody will buy Made in China for certain products, right? I don't have to give you examples because you already have experienced that. So why is Made in Germany or Made in UK or Made in France or Made in the USA or whatever it is, in specific sectors extremely important, right? Reliable. It has taken them over several generations to perfect that. And the emerging countries post-World War, countries like Japan, Korea, they all learned from the Germans, from the English, from the French. And most of the technologies came because of technologies that were built for the World War, right? That's history. Now we stand in the 21st century, and what we have that we did not have in the previous century, this is called the internet, right? And this internet drives your life, whether you agree or not. The smartphone that you have in your pockets or in your palm is an external appendage. It's part of your, psyche, how you operate as a human being today. So in most transformations, what we have seen is the skill set is not the issue, it's the mindset. And most digital transformation or any transformation of any kind, does not succeed because the people factor and the communication with the people and the acceptance of the people of the new vision or the transformation required has not been sufficiently done well by the leader or by the leadership. If you want to improve or if you want to change, you can't make an incremental change. You cannot say, I have a machine and how can I now improve the productivity by 10% on that machine? That will only get you to 10% with an incremental cost, but you are not protecting yourself for the future. There's always going to be disruption. So how do you achieve that? How do you future-proof? If we want our country to be in the leading, pioneering stage of the world and start thinking of how can we make aeroplanes rather than manufacture components to it, how can we make cars rather than make components to those cars? And we've seen this in automotive, right? India is leading now in providing automobiles to the emerging markets of the world. It's made in India cars which are flying in the emerging markets of the world. Why is that? Because we've perfected that over the last 40, 50 years. But that will not happen if there was no vision. So before we start complaining about skill set not being there, I think the fundamental requirement is a change in the mindset. And it has to be at the leadership level. There has to be a vision, and that vision has to be driven very strongly with synergy all across different layers of the organization. And that's the reason why Japan succeeded and China succeeded, because when you speak of teamwork, when you speak of internal resistance, it's zero. It's zero, right? So if you want to implement something in a Chinese factory, it will go through exactly on the time scale that has been, agreed upon. Why? Because people do not have a discussion or debate on whether this is going to succeed or not. They do it and they find out whether it succeeds or not, right? And the same thing in Japan. Everybody is figuring it out. It's not that they succeed in the first instance. Nobody does. Nobody does. And talking about Industry 4.0, let me tell you that it took 30 years for people in the industry to actually accept electricity from steam engines. So today, can you think of someone, thinking of, should I accept electricity in my factory? So there is always a resistance to what you want to do. But if we do not change our mindset and start challenging what India can be with a vision, of what is seemingly impossible, we'll never be there. We'll always be order takers. And I think that needs to stop. And that can only stop if, the leadership of industries and companies can believe that they can start to make the complete product as an original equipment manufacturer and make in India truly the essence of India. That's my point of view.
Thank you, Magesh. Thank you. I think that's, all brilliant points made by all the panelists. In fact, I do see that at Rolls-Royce also, that, transformation and digital became more of an agenda and, a complete a faction in itself, which had to integrate with all parts of the business. And that transformation itself has been a process, and it continues to be an ongoing process. And in fact, we do have a digital team right here in Bangalore that's been enabling that transformation for the business and showing value, because I think innovation itself is always a process. And it's the same for any business, that you have to see value before, for adopting anything. And that value is something which the leadership does have to show the way, that this is what will take us into the future. So being future ready is very important, and definitely great insights there from everyone. That kind of also brings me back to that question on the whole talent and skill that, keeps coming up here on this panel. I think, and to me, I think, we do have enormous talent in India, but the differentiator is the skill. And across, I do keep hearing this from various sectors and leaders, that the skill gap is something that everybody struggles with. And you all were also talking about how, of course, with, post-pandemic, you struggled with kind of replacing talent and, the movement, because it's probably also to do with somewhere that whole availability of the skilled workforce. So what, Luca, why don't you start and tell us what is it that's going to work in terms of bridging that gap?
Yes, let's say that to bridge this gap, what we are doing, at least as a company, we are really trying to having a strong interaction with our people here, and and letting them visiting and staying for a few months. For the majority of time, let's say, until the visa will expire. So I mean, we are using the entire availability of the visa to our production center, Italy, Germany, France, whatever, USA. In fact, we got some example of some of our talent and that has been deployed in our country. So one of our old colleagues is in California now in our development center there. Another one I bring personally him from here to UK when I was in UK. So we are trying to have this kind of interaction. And one of my, I don't want to say task, but one of my, let's say, option that I put forward with my each quarter is why we don't place people here in India working for our each quarter. And so now we saw before, now with Zoom, with all the technology, etc. I mean, you don't need anymore to sit on your desk to do what you have to do. So why we can't use the potential that this country is offering to help not only India itself, to help our entire organization. So we have to, I think that here there is a potential, and I will strongly, and my team knows that I'm strongly putting forward this instance every time when I'm visiting Italy, when I speak with Italy, because I really think that this will be the key to enhance also the skills and to expand this.
Fantastic. Thank you, Luca. Thank you so much for that. Naga, what's your view on the talent versus skill debate?
Let me quote the survey conducted by Times of India in 2017. India produces 15 lakhs engineers, right? Only 7% of engineers are industry ready, right? Then what is there? It is just we two components, academia and industry. We two components always works like a parallel. So skill development, whose responsibility, nobody knows. Either is liability of the government, or it is industry thinks that it is not my duty because I cannot hire and train them. And academic says I don't have facility, or I'm not supposed to produce the manpower or skill set which is customized to, say, for example, BMW or X or Y company. So that is where actually the limitation. And second is, I think I request industrial professionals here, be cautious. I think we collectively, both academia and industry, neglected this part. Mechanical engineering departments are closing in engineering school. Almost type 3 is closed. Type 2, type 3, type 2 is still, so I think something is happening. And now IITs are there. IIT engineers are not under your control, anybody's control, right? I think coming days will going to have serious shortfall for mechanical engineer, particularly the manufacturing engineer. And second problem in our education system is our education system is a percentage focused. We as teacher or you as a parent, we always taught our kids how to score 98, not 95. I think that is where the problem. If I look at least I'm aware of US education, I will see when my kids studied school, I did not see my kid any way carry the book to the school. And when you go to undergraduate school, I taught in this one, Northwestern University. Doing undergraduation in US is very tough. If anybody has done, he knows. School, no class, no books. But if at the same time, if you go to undergraduate school, it is very, very difficult. So the reason is kids are exposed to the practicals because there are only 3 ways to learn. One is active learning, participative learning, or classroom learning. I think our education system is only do the classroom learning. I think all industry has to work. If you look at that, IITs does or academic school does no. And second is one more damage is happening. That is, of course, it is debatable. I think our academic schools, because to attract admission, because our all engineering education is started by two people. Either is a contractor or is a politician. Right? I have not seen these days except Mahindra or some Reliance. They started with academy. Some universities are emerging. Otherwise, mostly is this. So end of the day, it is an investment. So naturally, now BS degree in artificial intelligence. I don't know what this kid will do. Already one example is set. Nanotechnology they offered. Nanotechnology BS degree they are offered. They're not getting job today. Nanotechnology BS, nanotechnology MTech. Neither they are engineer nor they are science. I think that is where we need to have. I think industry has to. I think you try to push, you drive academic, because I will tell you why this experience is. I am the part of AICT committee course curriculum setting for mechanical engineering. Right? Big people are there. Professor Ravi is chairing the committee from IIT Bombay. There are a lot of restrictions. Even in the policy wise, there are a lot of restrictions. AICT can devise the syllabus. It cannot impose it. Then what is the fun in making syllabus by involving so many experts? I think that is where we need to do a lot of things. Training the guys on shop floor, I'm sure you don't want to do, and it is not going to economical. I think we need to connect when they are in the school. And that is one. And second is try to bring these guys back to core sector. See, somebody was saying, I'm not blaming, otherwise somebody was, some industrialist proudly was saying, he said, I'm paying 10,000 rupees to engineer. I'm paying 10,000 rupees to an engineer, 2 years. If he works well, I will make it double. Right? Even in engineering school, if you go to IITs, he has to pay 1.5 lakhs rupees per semester fee. And I'm a father of my kid, and my neighbor, his kid is there in computer science somewhere, he's earning. So why I will always say that there is no passion. He has to at least pay the bank loan. I think that is where we all have to take care. Even there is a lot of responsibilities there on the industry list. If you really wanted to have a developed skill set. Otherwise, no problem. Indians are talent. You name any project globally, there is an Indian behind. So let us feel proud on that. You name any project, it is there. And the only issue is industry has to come forward. He has to pay. I know 10,000, 20,000, no country, no city somebody can feed his stomach. And Indian family, even today, at least one earning has to feed 3 more stomachs. So let us support to that extent that fellow could be able to feed 3 stomachs. Engineer will definitely remain in the core sector.
Thank you, Naga. Thank you. In fact, that kind of makes you think that maybe, I mean, when you're giving the example of some industries not paying very well to engineers, maybe they're also looking at it as the cost of training the engineers, because they're not, they're not ready yet when they come out of college. So it's probably a mixed bag for different industries in the way they look at the talent. And that kind of makes me add another layer to that conversation on the whole diversity topic. And I think, of course, there is the whole women versus men gender balance question when it comes to the manufacturing sector, which has always been in focus. But there's also much more that now the industry is talking about, be it generational diversity that Magesh, you and I were talking about, and also diversity in terms of bringing in people with disabilities into the fray, what it requires, and what can be the way forward to get more diversity into the sector, because across the world there is conversation and there are enough studies to prove that the diversity mix is definitely making a difference in terms of the whole productivity equation as well. But Magesh, let me start with you on the whole what's the future looking like and what's going to be the challenge there?
So I think, the point is, where do you begin? A change is required, but where do you begin? So I think the beginning of any change can only happen if, there's an example and there's a role model for young people to follow, right? If people are, looking at information being thrown at them on social media, on whatever social media they are spending their time on, all that they're seeing is, someone started a startup, and within a few years they are becoming a unicorn. And then, after they establish the company, they get into trouble, they get into legal trouble, ethical trouble, and then they fire some, people in their company. And this is what is making the news rounds, right? So despite all this, there's a lot of hype given to, service oriented, software service oriented, application oriented, startups. And therefore young people are kind of getting, lost in this, news cycle, which is hitting social media day in, day out. It's becoming very attractive, so to speak. And that's why it's very hard for, people to, get into not so visible and not so, highlighted engineering and technical fields where you need to use not only your hands, but also your mental faculties. It's an integration of mind and hand principle, right? And that's what technical graduates are all about. So this is the first point I want to make. So basically means that we need to make sure that media is not just focusing on hyped news, but actually bringing in role models who have succeeded in manufacturing, succeeded in core technology, so that young people can see role models that they can emulate, right? This is very important. And that's the reason why we are in this position today at our age, because we had role models that we emulated, which unfortunately Generation Z, all the digital natives do not have. They do not have role models, or the role models available are, changing on their screen every day, depending on which platform they're on. So that's the first problem to address and mitigate. And the second is, I think Indians are extremely value driven, right? And this is one of the reasons why India is the largest two-wheeler market in the world. It's not China, it's India. Why? Because with a two-wheeler, you can beat the traffic, right? And it gives you the most amount of kilometers that is possible on, paying 108 rupees for a liter of petrol. And in two-wheeler in India, it's not just meant for two people. We do use it for more people than, what's possible in a car in any other country, right? Or even auto. So we are value conscious, point number one. And keeping that value consciousness in mind, I think we need to redesign how our technical graduates are spending their time. I don't think a 4-year engineering degree is required to enter the shop floor. Right. In fact, complete waste of time. There is absolutely no application-oriented material that a person is studying in, in the engineering subjects, which allows them to become productive on day zero on the shop floor, right? So if you see countries which have succeeded, Germany, Japan, and China, case in point, what they looked at is what are the specific shop floor skills that I need for the industries to which I'm catering, manpower. And they created a hybrid, what they call as, the dual system of education. In Germany, it's called a duale Hochschule, which means that you integrate technical skill set development along with an academic coursework. And by the time you graduate, whether it's 18 months or 24 months or 36 months, you are shop floor ready on day zero, your first day of work. And that is what has helped those companies operating in India to become world leaders of the factories that they operate out of India. And those multinational company brands operating out of India are number one within their own internal network, and they're second to no one. So if certain brands can create that in India, why can India as a country not create that for itself? So there is definitely a transformation required, a vision is required, and that needs to percolate down to technical education, and that technical education should not be based on the marks that you need or the degrees that you need. It has to be sponsored by the industry, where people are picked up and industry is sponsoring students to acquire the relevant technical education and making sure the job is provided on the shop floor as soon as they graduate or even before. I think that is the gap that we need to do. There are industries and there are companies within industries doing this at scale, not just for today, but for the last 40, 50 years. But how can we do that as a nation? That's where we are today in terms of manufacturing, skills.
Thank you, Magesh. I think, well, certainly my son is in the final year of engineering and I'm a non-science graduate. So it's very interesting inputs and things to think about. So obviously, most engineering courses include a 6-month internship at the end, but maybe that's what we're hearing is that's not enough. And it really needs to be, something which is much more meaningful and really hands-on in the true sense, where by the time they, come out of college, they're actually prepared and they know what they're getting into. Because and for that, you're right. I think the role that industry, and I think we have a lot of representation from the industry in the room today, and for all of us to take back is the point that industry needs to sponsor that learning. And it could be within the period of the education period itself, where the kids have already paid for that education to the college. So more collaboration between the academia and industry is required for sure. And I know that there are small pockets of work that's being done to be fair, by the institutes also to bring in more, representation from the industry to be part of the process. But definitely, I think wider integration is required. Thank you so much for that.
Just one
Yes.
point to add is that, by the way, I'm not an engineer. I've done, Bachelor of Sciences from St. Joseph's College, Environmental Sciences, Chemistry and Zoology, triple major. But I worked for engineering companies all my life because of the dual system of training that I received, from Bosch, which puts me, very productive on day zero of whatever work I did in that company. And more importantly, how many of industry leaders are willing to go and teach in the institutions,
Correct.
right? Even your own institution that you studied, how many people are willing to go and teach? Of course, you may not get paid for that, but unless you're willing to teach, how are you going to inspire the next generation? What do they have to look forward to in the engineering classrooms? They are looking forward to teachers who are speaking from the textbook. And these textbooks are at least 50 years old.
Thank you. And I think maybe the pandemic kind of helped, increase that participation from industry, because I think, and I certainly saw that at Rolls-Royce, that we were able to get our leaders to participate more frequently and talk to university students more frequently, because it was more possible to do that virtually now. And you could get, all the students to join virtually and listen to industry leaders sharing their own experience. So maybe that could be one of the ways forward to keep doing that and do more of that, because the challenge does end up being that a lot of leaders that we want should come in and share their learnings and be role models do have busy schedules. So the virtual model kind of helps them, not have to travel for 2 days to reach a university and, talk to people. So we should probably take that as a learning that we should keep continuing to do more of. But great points. Thank you all so much. Luca, something on the gender diversity front that you'd like to add?
Yes, because that is a topic there where I'm very sensible of. So I'm agree about what my colleagues just said, but I think that, and we are seeing the same in Italy, is a matter of culture. It's purely matter of culture. So, for example, our government in Italy force to have, as we call the pink quote, so a portion, an amount of women in the companies, in the government, in every decisional entity, because and I think that this platea is giving us a clear example. We are leading. We're always leading. The men always lead. And we want to retain this power. We don't want to share it with somebody else. So we are confident within us because we spoke the same language, we can say this. But that is wrong. That is really wrong. I strongly believe that the woman in a company, manufacturing, whatever it is, will bring a completely different view that for sure will help on opening a lot of more doors respect to us. So the school for sure will have to play a big role on this, but there will be a further step. So that we enhance with to be implemented something at the government level to force to have a portion of women based on the ratio men-woman in each company, etc. Only with this, because you know when you it's always difficult to come out from your comfort zone. Yeah. And nobody wants to change. It's the same for the industry 4.0. Why I have to change? I always did like this. Why now I need to change? But a human being, in order to develop, we have to change. Otherwise, we always remain where we're standing. We're not going up. So we need to do this. We need to enforce a law or something that will put the woman more and more and more. And then the generation will become used to it. And that will be a driven way to have more and more and more diversity inside the company.
Thank you so much, Luca. And I think leaders like you are definitely enabling that journey. And I personally lead the diversity and inclusion agenda at Rolls-Royce. So it's really great when leaders, think differently, and they're also candid enough to talk about, like you did, about how it's very easy to keep hiring men. And how it is always a challenge when you're trying to broaden the scope, because if you see hiring managers also across the organizations, I think we also do a lot of work with our managers to say that, look, it's very easy to do shadow hiring. So you keep hiring people that are like you, right? And that's why you don't end up hiring a more diverse team. But I think those things are, the biases that we have to break out of and start looking at how we can widen the pool much more as we go forward. And I think for us, it's also been a challenge to bring that into the CSR side of things as well. And one of the things that actually, and because I'm picking up on the topic on role models as well, we did a pilot with a couple of schools in Delhi, where we worked with girls in class 11 and 12. And the change was not just about giving them the career counseling, giving them remedial support in terms of education, because, when these are kids from backgrounds where they don't have anybody at home who has studied science or technology subjects or mathematics, and definitely engineering is a far vision. So these are kids who don't have help at home. And so they struggle. And we all know that, in our education system, once you get to class 11, the level of study suddenly shifts. And they're not able to cope with that shift in the curriculum. And a lot of them drop out. They want to study STEM subjects, but they drop out, in class 11 and go off to take commerce or arts because they're not able to cope up with it. So it wasn't just about giving them additional support on the education front, clearing their concepts, etc. But we also found that a lot of work that helped was the parental counseling. So we did work with the parents. We went to their homes and spoke to them. And we had mothers who said, I never knew this is what my daughter wants to be. I never knew that she can. So obviously, these are things which also need some amount of societal change and mindset change, as Magesh, you were also talking about. And that's something that, will happen when we all make a, conscious effort to drive that change. And that's going to be very important. And it's not just about the women, definitely for women, because I think, I often hear a lot of people saying, why are we still talking about women diversity? But the truth is, when we look at sectors like ours, we are abysmally low on that mix. And I always say that, corporate jobs and admin jobs and finance jobs and marketing jobs are padding up the numbers for all of you, So you have, you're showing maybe 20%, 15%, 17% mix of men versus women, but we're the ones padding up those numbers for you. And if you actually look at your engineering numbers, you're still struggling. And so that will require societal change. It will require mindset change among managers and team members, and a lot of sensitization and a lot of work. But I really hope that all the leaders in the industry will really work like you all to, make that change happen, at our own level, because I think every little bit counts. And that brings me also to, because we were talking about Luca, you were talking about mandating this mix. And I think that brings me to the topic of sustainability, because I think we are at a stage where a lot of the industry has the option of voluntarily jumping onto the sustainability journey. And if you don't, then I think eventually it's going to be a mandatory one. So and that'll be directed by the governments, and it'll be directed by the environment itself, that we'll all have to eventually probably toe the line. But on that voluntary journey that I'm hoping that most of us in the room are on board with, Naga, why don't you start and tell me a little bit about how is that integration with sustainability working?
I'll talk about from the technology front. See, at least if you look at technology front in the country, I think you name any technology that is already there in the country. The question here is, if you look at percentage of the technology originated in India, I think that percentage is very sorry figure, right? I will tell you again survey conducted by government, because since I'm from government representative, so I can always get an access to the documents. 2016, there was a survey. Survey says that industry innovations happened. It is very difficult, it is painful to see as an engineering professional. 60% of the innovations is new to company. 9% is new to India, and 3% is new to the country. World. I think what is I always, wherever I get an opportunity to speak to academia or the industry, I always brings in these 4 words. That is, manufacturing is to solve the problems related to 4 Ps. That is product, process, people, and production. The tools before us is all 5 Fs. That is form, function, flow, then physics and fabrication. Whatever we do in engineering, I think we do only this. We use these 5 tools to solve the challenges related to these 4 Ps. And we all know, I think industry knows much better than engineering. Never 1 + 1 will never be a 2. It's always either 2 + or 2 - So while doing this, we always forget the 3 as a countryman. I'm asking as a countryman, I think we always look at, I think some words like made for India. I call it as made for India does not exist today, because that was a weakness. We came out of that. Made in India is just a process. Or make in India is just a process to reach made in India. If you reach to made in India, that is a pride. But if you look at the sustainability, Atmanirbhar, I think we should focus on originated in India. I think this is where everybody has a role to play. And this will never happen overnight. And don't close the door. Door always keep 2 doors. 1 door is always open. Talk to friends, collaborate the friends with the global, but don't forget the innovate content. I think that should be always there. If today, even if you can call it as a service sector or in engineering sector, we have very few. We don't have Windows developed in the country. So I think that is where we need to focus. Clearly, indications are 60% of our innovations are new to my company. So naturally, if we really look at sustainability from the technology point of view, so definitely we need to focus on sustainable, that is technology originated in India, not necessarily reinvent the wheel, but use the technology, develop the product, if not for a global customer, develop for the Indian customer. I think that is where there are all rooms. I'm sure I'm not the businessman. So you guys are the businessmen, you know where the money and where the requirement, but don't compromise on cooperation and collaboration. And then don't forget innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Naga. And I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to quickly turn to you, Luca, for a quick view on how are you, onboarding the sustainability agenda in your experience at your organization, given that you're operating across so many sectors.
Yes, let's see, our sustainability agenda actually is driven from our each quarter, because being part of an Italian company, so a European company, the European community is putting this sustainability very strongly. So now we are looking to increase the energy efficiency of our office, the well-being of our employee, the helping of the local community. So we got a lot of points that will to fill up. It's a massive job, especially in a country like here in India. But I think that once we achieve some result, will give us much more satisfaction, because the task is so hard, and we know that doing this will help not only ourselves as a company, but also the community. So we are on it.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you. And I think definitely these are long-term journeys also, where you can't necessarily make a change overnight, but taking the steps kind of counts. So Magesh, what's your take on the role of digital on the whole sustainability agenda or technology that you would like to talk about?
Sure. So first point that I want to make is that most countries which made manufacturing their backbone of transitioning from an emerging market to an advanced market or advanced country had to by force of nature deplete their own resources, right? And history has shown us that every single industrialized nation in the world did have rivers which were polluted, did have mines which were dirty, and did lose quite a bit of their green primary forest cover. These are facts that is undisputed. So there's always going to be a trade-off. Now, India is in this journey of becoming an industrialized nation. And if we want to make manufacturing as a core backbone of making sure that everything made in India is available to the domestic market, as well as we become the exporter to the world or the factory to the world next to China, then there is going to be a huge amount of resources of the country, natural resources of our country, which will be depleted. This is a matter of trade-off. Now, how do we balance that? I think, looking back into Indian ethos, we are all about value for money. We are all about, making more things with very little input, right? So if we keep that mentality of trying to maximize for every single unit of energy, for every single unit of cost, then we are likely to come out with a more balanced output, which has, a lower carbon footprint than what was perhaps managed by, North America, Europe, China, or any of the other large economies in the world. Because now we have lessons to learn from what they did or what they did not do, right? But for India to prove that, we are keeping the balance, it's very important to put the metrics in place to be able to measure, what is our scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 at every single manufacturing unit level, then industry level, then of course at the state level, and then eventually total it up to the country level, because we have signed up for the nationally agreed goals under the Paris Accord. So which means that digitalization of our industry is the only way to measure, because only if you are able to measure something can you control and improve something, right? And that's a sustainability story. And environment, social, and governance integration into corporate framework of India should be done by every industrial leader, not because the government is asking, simply because it makes business sense.
Right.
And the brands that come out of India will sell better in Europe and North America and any other continent in the world, simply because we are able to prove that we've done the particular manufacturing process more sustainably, keeping in mind what is pragmatically possible in the manufacturing sector as well as in the technology domain. But for a growing country, it is always a trade-off.
Thank you so much. Thank you. In fact, I was recently at a session where the environment minister was speaking, and I thought 2 points really stood out for me. And of course, I do believe that India is ahead of the curve in terms of one, making a clear commitment, and in India's view, a doable timeline as well that they have committed to. But one thing that was heartening was to hear about the fact that there is definitely a plan that is being worked on. And I think, as you said before also, it's about the leadership vision. So if the plan is concrete and there are doable metrics, then I think we should definitely get there. And the other thing that really stood out for me as a person, as a consumer, is that we are constantly talking about the role that countries, governments have to play, that industry has to play, but there is a role that individuals have to play, without which I don't think we can ever become sustainable in the future. We can ever really preserve the environment. There has to be more consciousness among consumers, because end of the day, are we ready to pay a little bit more for a greener flight? Are we, or a lower emission vehicle? Are we ready to invest in that and do our bit? And not just in terms of these things, but also because I think, with as you see the coming generations, the whole consumerism aspect and the whole, philosophy to acquire more and more things is just growing phenomenally. And there's nothing wrong with it, but it's also about the whole, culture of excess. Do you really need everything that you're buying today? And can you buy more consciously? Move towards more sustainable choices is something that I think we as people will have to think about. And maybe today we're not thinking about it as, vigorously. But I think in the coming years, we'll definitely, the environment around us and the lack of resources will force us to think about these things and make some behavior changes. For sure. So great discussions. I'm going to open the floor up for taking a couple of questions. I see a hand up there already. Can we get the mic to the gentleman there? So would you introduce yourself and then ask your question?
Thank you for the panel for a good discussion. I'm Sabesan. I represent Makino India. So my question is regarding the diversity topic, which is interesting. I think that is one of the things which is really needed for this industry. I used to work in a industry which is also into engineering and software, and we had a target of keeping at least 20-25%, and which was possible, and we were able to do it in a sustainable basis. I think academically nowadays women actually excel, and then if you just look at the school percentages and things like that, always they are up in terms of the kind of pass percentages and also in terms of scoring good grades and things like that. So the problem is not that, but the problem is also how we can enable. No regulations can really bring this to a good level. It's only the leaders which can really take this to the next level. We just one small discussion which we had recently in our board. So we have a Makino Technical Training Center, So we happened to just also recruit people who are going to work on the machines. So we had a 20% as a target where the people have to come and then stay a residential program, and then they need to. There were a lot of challenges, but we really enable, and the outcome was so phenomenal. The amount of what do you call it? The participation and the kind of skill they were just able to derive is much more. And recently, the board discussion was when we wanted to double the entire capacity. At that time, there were a lot of voices saying that the marriage, they just drop out, and there are a few topics which were there. But still, the readership really took it as a resolve, saying that, okay, this is something as a journey we need to have. And if at all, we are just really talking about the great opportunities that are there for India, I think this diversity is a very critical topic. It has to start from our homes. Yeah, how are we enabling our children, especially daughter? I think that there it starts. I think that's a big journey, and the girls are smart enough. They are just pushing. They are pushing. They will really push their way. But as leaders, we need to see how we can enable them. So, just a thought.
Thank you so much. In fact, there are some studies. Thank you for that. And there are some studies which I read recently that said that the percentage of women studying engineering is not low in India. But out of that percentage, which is, I think, above 35% or almost 40%, not many are joining the workforce. And the other challenge is also, as you rightly said, I mean, you were sharing the discussion at the board level, where there's conversations about how women are challenged by life choices like marriage and children and everything. And a lot of that responsibility continues to rest on women. But the change that we need is also when you are hiring somebody, do you ask them, are you married? Do you ask them, do you have children? Oh, you're married, but you haven't had children yet. Okay, so your mind is clicking and saying, oh, in the next 1 year, she might go off and have a child. So the point is, how do you stop asking those questions and really assess people for their potential and for the capabilities and the experience that they bring to the table? And I think that is very, very critical when we look forward at changing the way this is being addressed. I can give an example personally of, a member of my UK team being hired. When she was hired, she was 4 months pregnant. So my boss in the UK knew that in the next 5 months, I have to factor in somebody who will have to stand in for her for the next 9 months at least while she takes maternity leave. And he was prepared to do that. And to me, that was true leadership in terms of actually changing the mindset of how we look at potential candidates.
Hi.
Hi.
Just I have a question for
Please.
Mr. Makesh. Makesh, you mentioned about the vision, communicating the vision properly in order to go forward. And you mentioned an example of China and Japan, where this communication is very effective and there is the zero resistance to implement things. So my question to you is it a question of communication in those countries, or is there a cultural difference in how we adapt to things coming from top? Just wanted to know how this could be.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So, communication is the manifestation of culture, right? So when you say culture of any country, you can see the culture. The first element of culture is the language that we speak, right? And the food that we eat. These are two facets which brings about the culture of any country. And you can see that in India, both of this is diverse, right? So of the 6,000 languages in the world, the Eastern Hemisphere has more than 4,000, and of those 4,000, perhaps India has the maximum. So, we have so much diversity in terms of, as a subcontinent. India did not exist, before independence. It was just a subcontinent of kingdoms and, all kinds of provincialities. And the political entity of India was formed 75 years ago. So I think we are still coming to terms with what India is as a, as a nation state, because the diversity is so much. And, people have very distinct and very strong cultural differences in terms of where they come from, what they believe in our, religious beliefs, in our, whatever it is, it is very diverse, And while we may think that this is a problem, actually it is not. I think is very enriching to have that diversity. And while people think that China is homogeneous, China is not. By the way, Chinese have 55 tribes, and they also have many dialects. So sitting, when we are outside a country, it's very difficult for us to see what nuances are there inside another country unless you go live there and work, and actually, or at least travel and understand. But in Japan, the story is something else. Because of the Second World War episode, which completely unified the nation, they were struggling to survive. It was all on hands on board to do anything that it takes to make sure that Japan survives. And that's what brought in other words, it was as if they were in a pandemic post-World War, right? And that's what we saw in India as well. We saw everybody unify. For the first time, there was so much of people coming together to make sure that we are on a mission to solve the immediate problems of today, because you don't know, if you do not get by today, there may not be tomorrow. That's what pandemic taught us. But apart from all this, the unifying theme is, number one, of course, you may have cultural differences, but what really brings that barrier across, or what allows you to move across that cultural barrier, is a strong vision. We all have to believe in something, and that something needs to be defined and understood as one thing. It cannot have various flavors. You can't have various flavors of a particular vision, right? Then you lost it. So that's what I meant when I said zero resistance, because everybody in China lives and knows that they are living under a very strong authoritarian government. That's the reality of their lives. But they've come to believe that for China to survive in the global stage and to make progress, they have to innovate, and they have to make products, and they have to make sure that this, whatever they're making, is being able to sell around the world. And that mission is very strong in China, no matter where you go. And the same thing in Japan. Wherever you travel in Japan, the Japanese are so proud of their country that you will not find any Japanese speak ill of their country, no matter what. And you can see that if there's a Japanese in the room, the temperature of the voice will come down, right? Because they will not speak over you. They'll not cut you off when you're speaking. Even if they have a disagreement with you, it's a completely different way of expressing that disagreement. Now, when you switch on Indian TV channels, what do you see? I mean, the host will invite speakers, and the speakers are not able to speak because the host is speaking on behalf of the speakers. So, and this is what we are appreciating, because, the TRPs are based on what we are appreciating, right? This is what is being consumed. So these are things that we have to think about, reflect on. And I think, within our families, the way we bring up our children, it's important to, educate and allow children to discover, why you should think about a vision, why you should have a vision, and how you communicate. These aspects of cultural daily lives should be built into the fabric. It's not, the government is not going to do it for us. We have to do that. And even sustainability means that, we have to inculcate that into our lives. So that's my point of view.
Thanks, Magesh. And
Thank you, Manish.
I hope on this session, the panelists had adequate time to speak, unlike the TV panels. I'm going to take, I think, in the interest of time, one last question, or not. So, yes, one of three women in the room. So absolutely can't deny you your question.
I'll not take a mic. I'll just grab the dice. So why I grab the dice? Because I just want to give you my own example. Is it working? Yes. Okay. We are talking about diversity. We are talking about women empowerment. We are talking about parents, family, right? So I think I want to give my example. So I was nothing when I started my career with Google. So I was just an arts student and no knowledge of digital marketing. So I got an opportunity. They said, they found that, I have a passion for IT and digital marketing. So they offered me a job and I was zero. There was no marketing in my mind at all, but there was a IT in my mind, innovation in my mind. They selected me and I worked with them like, for so long. So whatever I've learned, I'm presenting today. It's because of that diversity, which I got it from them, because they hired me without any knowledge, without anything. If I'll talk about women empowerment, you can see, I was nothing and still they gave me a chance. And if I'll talk about my current company, Mr. Luca, my managing director, he put me in the board of director. I'm a decision maker. He told me that Nitika, just go, and I know you can do it. So this trust is enough for me. That's why I'm standing here on dais and I'm speaking in front of you all. There are only 3 girls, one from communication, from marketing, and MD. No, so you can understand why I grabbed the dais. We have to tell that we are there. And if I'll talk about my family and parents, my father always treated me as a boy. He said, girl, you can do anything. Do whatever you want to do. I will not stop you. Wear whatever you want to wear. I will not stop you. But just remember one thing. So my father is a mustache. He was a wrestler at Palwan. So he always said, Baap ki munche unchi rakhna. That you have to take care of about it. So you have to hold your father's mustache and just, take care of yourself. So whatever I'm doing, it's because of my father. The company who hired me, they gave me industry training. We were talking about the industry training also. So they gave me industry training and now I'm standing here and I'm speaking in front of you. So I think, thank you to all of you because the things are going to change. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Mr.
so
Luka.
much. Thank you. I think we have one last burning question but this is the last one because we have really overshot on time.
Before
Thank
we
you
ask the
so
question,
much.
I just want to say, I just want to, compliment you, but also I want to make, suggest to you that you need to pay it forward. You need to really inspire, other girls because they
Sure.
need to see that.
Yes.
This is a very small audience. So unless and until you pay it forward and people like you pay it forward, which is what is lacking, as I can see, right? Others will not find the role models because unfortunately people like you are not on TV. Somebody else is on TV, right?
Absolutely.
That's a problem.
Last time I met Mr. Uday and REI. And actually, I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Luca and Mr. Uday, I think they are always speaking about women's. And it's inspiring to everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Great story.
First of all, it was a great, session today that has been going around. Now, Naga sir, to your reference, actually, I am also on one of the board for education for one of the deemed university in Pune, Alana. And I could sense what you were talking about, the graduating students who are coming out, getting 10,000 rupees a year. But I also have seen students, who have patents at the age of 18 and 19. They have got patents in Pune. Unfortunate situation over there is they don't have a platform where they can process it out and, they can leverage it to the companies. So there's a gap that I have been seeing over here in the industry. So patents like, a flame control in the burner or, the probes and all those things have been done over there by the students, but unfortunate situation, they are unable to come up. What do you think? Is industry and government taking care of the young generation who is coming up?
So your question is how to support
Yes.
and maybe encourage these innovations to be probably commercialized, I think.
Yes.
See, I will tell you, those boys to journey and we researchers journey is nothing different. So the idea is, I always says, we Indians believes that the medical plant which is grown in my compound never appreciated unless company like Ranbaxy comes and brand it. This is true. But at the same time, because since all along I was the researcher, I know it was always difficult that because we industry, as I always said, industry and academia research is going to parallel. We always spend a lot of time to plan, and usually institute like us, government institute like us, will get a question or defined problem, which was 3 years old problem. So naturally, the industry wants solution tomorrow. So now question is, if something is there with him, so why I should not go and take it? That is how it happens. This is not industry's problems also, because it is true, we being a country, I don't have enough to invest on the technology, to invest few millions. Otherwise, this component or solution cost few thousand rupees on the shop floor. That is always there. But at the same time, if you look at last 5 years, developments happened. There are many schemes are there. Platforms have been created. Say, for example, within our ministry, I will tell you. So our ministry, we have created a platform called Open Innovation Platforms. Open Innovation Platform is both for the industry who is looking for a solution, and also the industry students or faculty who is not able to reach to the industry. So idea is, say for example, there is a company who is looking for a solution. What solution? He has only 3 solutions. You can always have the money, go and buy it. Otherwise, you can hire the people, you can get the solution, but there is no guarantee here is you can sustain, you can define one more problem. So now you'll come to institute like us or to IITs, IISc. We already know this problem is 3 years old problem and you want solution tomorrow. Because of X, Y reason, we are not able to do it. Even if you are able to do it, we'll charge so much high. So it is much more than imported cost. So naturally, either you will compromise himself. So realizing this, we created a platform, 6 platforms. So these 6 platforms allows the students to approach with their solutions. If not, problems is not able to solve. And at the same time, I'll tell you, in my portal, we have 7 problems. Last 4 months, I will not find a solution. 7 problems opened, even big companies. I won't take name because of the secrecy. So, but we don't have solutions. I think these students can always reach out to such platform. There are several schemes on various line ministry. I think there is a possibility. So now at least there is somebody who would help them to find investors. This is there at least in this current scenario. But yes, the only issue is there is one issue we are always fighting, particularly in the industry and technology developers, is exclusivity. This is a major issue. And second is while working together, because we are very good in throwing an idea. It's like a throw wall approach. A stick, हो गया, successful, then I'll say, देखो मैंने बोल दिया था उस दिन. That's why you are today. नहीं हुआ, that day I cautioned you. This is what our mentality, right? So this is the only problem when the young kids take this into the market. I think only thing is they have to look at the guy who is, when they suggest kiya, so paise karo, but definitely not to caution.
Thank you so much, Naga. I think what I'm going to take away from that is that there are platforms and there are opportunities to be a problem solver and to actually contribute to industry and be engaged. So I'm going to suggest this to you, Anand. Maybe dynamic manufacturing could probably look at aggregating a list of such platforms that could be a good resource for people who are looking for them, to find them in one place where they can actually reach out, and that could be a very valuable thing to do for probably the next generations who are looking for avenues. And what are the avenues which are available? I think maybe something to pick up on. But on that note, thank you. Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Just to kind of make you aware, Government of India launched the National Logistics Policy recently, right? For example, and everyone knows that our logistics cost benchmarked with the best of advanced countries in the world is in the range of 13 to 14% of GDP, which is very high, which basically means that it's all going into product cost. So long story short, the disparate systems that we have within India in terms of logistics and supply chain, how do you connect them and how do you, find a solution? So Niti Aayog had, put up a competition on the platform. They call it ULIP, Unified Logistics Integration Platform. They received 546 entries from startups in India, of which they shortlisted, I think, about 120. And 3 winners, which actually demonstrated a viable solution within the time frame, given. So I'm just giving you a very encouraging point of view, a perspective, or example that very large country level complex problems are being, addressed because communication is being done on the social media. Government is going to social media and saying, hey guys, we have a platform and you can log into this platform, register your idea, and then you are called for, you can submit your idea online. If it's shortlisted, you give a demo, which is of course a physical demo. So this is happening from Government of India side. So I think we are in a very strong stage of growth, and it's all about the university or academia reaching out to the industry and bridging the gap for themselves, because they cannot, they have to come half the way, which a lot of the institutions are not willing to do.
Thank you so much, Mangesh. And on that note, thank you all. Before we began the discussion, I was telling Luca that we are starting late, so we should try and wrap this up in 45, 50 minutes, but we have clearly run way overboard on time. But thank you all for being a fantastic audience. And of course, thank you so much, Mangesh, Luca, and Naga, for being fantastic panelists and for all the experiences as well as insights that you all shared. And thank you so much to the entire team at Dynamic Manufacturing, also Dinesh, Anand, and Preeti, for putting this together and for giving us all an opportunity to have such an interesting and thought-provoking discussion. We look forward to continuing it over lunch later. And for now, thank you all, and back to you.
Wow, what a great session. Thank you, Gayatri, for moderating the event so beautifully. Thank you, our panelists, for such an audible insight we got. Now we are having a 5 minutes break, freshen up, and we'll start with the award ceremony after that. Yeah? Just a 5 minutes break.
Folks, welcome back. We need you back in the room, and need to start the awards. The one of the big highlights of the morning. I hope you've had your tea, and I hope you've had your break, because this is going to be about 30-35 minutes of a lot of experience is being shared, a lot of breakthroughs, a lot of breakthroughs that are going to be shared by companies who have applied, by the jury members, the experiences that I'm here to relate, and first and foremost, my note of thanks and gratitude to the world of academia that is put its weight behind these awards, which is absolutely phenomenal. These are the few things that I want to share with you. Once you're all back here, I request you to uh, put yourself there in the chairs, and I request Preeti, the publisher of the magazine, to come and welcome and open the awards. Preeti.
Welcome back. Now I invite our editor, Mr. Pandey, to announce of something we have been waiting for since the last year. Anand, please.
Thank you, Preeti, for opening the awards part of the event. First and foremost, I just want to share with you the story behind these awards. But first of all, a huge shout out to the jury that is hopefully seeing all this unravel. You have put your weight behind these awards, and we are so grateful. And you can have an idea of the impact, influence your participation is having on the industry today. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge shout out, huge props to the panel of jury from the world of academia and industry. Thank you so much, Dr. Rakesh Sinha. He's the founder of CEO. He's the founder and CEO of Reflexive Supply Chain, and the former global head, Supply Chain Manufacturing and ID, Godrej Consumer Products Limited, a very well-known personality in the supply chain industry. I never failed to mention that he was among the first people in the industry in India to do a PhD in supply chain, which was way back when supply chain as a term was not known in India. Thank you so much, Dr. Nikhil Agarwal. He's the CEO of FIRST, that is Foundation for Innovation and Research in Science and Technology, IIT Kanpur. Thank you so much, Dr. Ranjit S. Patil. He's the head of Department of Mechanical Engineering, BITS Pilani, Goa campus. Thank you, Dr. Ruchi Agarwal. She's the Assistant Professor of Strategy at the Management Development Institute, Gurgaon, India. Thank you so much, Dr. Devmalya Chatterjee, the Professor and Head Operations and Supply Chain at SP Jain Institute of Management, Mumbai. These are all very foremost and leading names in the world of academia. I want to quickly share with you the idea behind this whole initiative. The story goes back, I'll just keep it very short, as they say, that no idea which is a success or which gets wide recognition is born overnight, even if you see the success unraveling overnight. And this goes back about a decade when I was given the charge of a management magazine by a leading financial publication. in India, of India. And I was given the task of ranking the engineering institutes and management institutes in India. So I studied the global rankings of the institutes, and I was always curious to know why our institutes fall behind in the world. They are not, they don't figure in the top 100, 100 colleges and universities in the world, despite them being so arduous uh, in academia, in research. Their students being most sought after in the leading organizations, as we uh, s- as we like to mention a lot in every circle, that Indians lead one of the some of the world's biggest organizations. But despite all of that, they don't figure in that. So I kind of studied that closely. And one area, and as you know, the criteria for these rankings, like the QS college ranking, for example, these global rankings, there are 3 or 4 criteria. One is the number of research citations that a college or a university gets, uh, the patents that their students have filed, the employer's reputation of the university. These are the 3 or 4 uh, criteria. Can you? I want to ask you. Can you guess the category or the criteria where our engineering colleges and management colleges lose out on? That is the single thing, and you'll be surprised because they've been getting this rap for quite a while, that IITs don't figure in the top 100. But we've been unfair to them on one particular aspect, and it's very surprising find. I'll ask you to make a guess as to which criteria do our engineering institutes, management institutes lose out on, fall behind. Any guesses from the audience? Any particular criteria where they fall behind, whether it is innovation, whether it is research paper being published in peer-reviewed journals, all these categories. Any guesses where they fall behind? Yes, please. Absolutely. Brilliant, sir. Brilliant. Your name? Rohan. Rohan, yes, from, I spoke to you. From Zeiss. Oh, obviously, of course. Zeiss, one of the biggest companies that spends what 18% of your revenue on R&D. Obviously, you know all about innovation as it exists. So absolutely. So industry academia interaction is where they really fall behind. Colleges are not talking to the industry is not talking to the academia for various reasons, right? And they are in what people in game theory call the prisoner's dilemma. People who know good game theory know the right, sir. Absolutely. So when people are not talking, when there is a wall between 2 parties, both of them blame each other, and it brings the whole system down. So, and the reason, that the point I'm trying to get at is that it is the responsibility of platforms such as media to bring the two together. When innovation and excellence, the centers of excellence that our universities provide, are connected with the industry where it is actually being executed and put in operation. When these two sides talk, then innovations happen, then it is seen on the ground. That is not happening. So the thing is that that was the idea. So when I got the chance to work with Mix Media and Preeti, we said, let's create a platform where companies are able to share freely what they are doing. And it is being assessed and evaluated by people in the academia. We just have people on the jury board. We said that these are the case studies, and you just go to town with it. Be honest, tear that to shreds. Talk to the people from the industries as to ask them questions. So we made it a very rigorous process. We suffered also because of it, because there were not many takers. And as is the practice in the industry, I'm sorry to say that companies are under the impression that they need to pay a certain price to be recognized. We have been flooded with these information, which has actually, in many cases, delayed our process. And I've been personally a little bit not very in favor of this trend. But then this is the third edition. And finally, we have industries and academia warming up to the idea. So the whole idea behind this award is to create a bridge between the two sides so that innovation can happen finally in India, and the colleges and the industries get their due recognition in the world and in India. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to ask Preeti to start announcing, calling people, and you're going to read out from the envelope like they do in the Oscars. I'm very fond of the movies. And so you say it out on the microphone and give the awards over there. Over to you, Preeti.
So let's begin with the award ceremony. For the first award, I invite Mr. Magesh Srinivasan, from the founder of Data Mentor, to announce the first winner in supply chain category.
Okay. SME in supply chain for Startup Samurai Awards, the go-to-market Campania. The go-to-market company. Yeah.
Sir, can you have a few words, please?
So thank you, Meshfix Media. Thank you, all the juries, for honoring the go-to-market company as the Startup Samurai 2022 awards in the MSME category. So this sort of awards not only inspires us, at the same time, what also happens is that it makes us realize the amount of the work that we have done is really being understood by the industry. As a go-to-market company, what I would like to say to everybody is that we are an organization who believes in social listening. It's not just about doing our work, getting a customer and getting out of the work. It's more about social listening, and that's what we intend to do. Whether our operations in India, in UAE or Canada, everywhere, the first and foremost thing that we go and hit into a customer is the social listening part of it. Till the time I do not understand the pain and what is happening in the industry for that particular organization, it really doesn't matter just that I get an RFQ and complete my job. So that's basically I would want to say. And thanks once again to the jury and the Meshfix Media for awarding us with the Samurai 2022 awards. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. The next award, I request Mr. Rizwan Khan, the sales manager of Supply Point, to announce the award. The award is in supply chain category.
Hello, everybody. So the large enterprise in supply chain category is Digital Samurai. It's ACE Manufacturing Systems.
Sir, few words, please.
I would thank you very much for the Meshmix and also the sponsors of this particular program. I would like to know, ma'am, we have given the two applications for which you have given the digital award. We have given there are two projects we have given, one for the energy management and other. Okay. Anyhow, I will take this award with grace, and we would like to say that we are running our factory. We are the largest machine tool producer in the country, with 2,500 CNC machining centers. And the whole of the factory is run digitally, and we are energy saving a lot. And the whole complete factory is with solar system, 450 kilowatt of the power. No water is taken from the outside. Completely the water is used from within our own factory premise of the 10-acre plot. And we have got nearly 5,000 trees are planted. It is hard to believe that in Pina Industrial Estate, we have got a premises which looks like a 5-star hotel. And there's a kind of, it is the normal engineering industry talks about the grease and the oils. You can sit on our floor and then gracefully you can walk out. And that's what we have done in our factory. We're very proud about what we have done. Thank you very much for the program.
Thank you, sir. The next award, I would request Dinesh Mishra from Mashmix Media to come and grace the award, please. The award is in supply chain category. It's for Innovation Samurai. Yeah.
The award for Innovation Samurai in supply chain goes to Ace Manufacturing Systems. Can you please speak few words, sir?
I would like to emphasize on another important aspects of our manufacturing philosophy. Though we make 2,500 machines of machining centers, we are in the complete outsourced manufacturing process. It's a challenge by itself for the manufacturing sector. And we have nearly 380 plus partners. And the challenge came all the while we were making a discussion in the panel in the morning, how to sustain and educate and handhold. And we thought with the one philosophy, how to make our partners profitable in the industry. And that is given an idea. We started with the vendor quality management and also the vendor clusters. And here we made different pillars. And we have set up an team within our organization to support our partners and driving simple things like calibration of the instrument. Today, that's the biggest subject where we set up our own calibration unit and free of cost, we're going to our partners and taking out all the instruments and calibrating the instruments. We are tied up with the TV Nord and bringing out the ISO certification for our partners, making them the importance of these quality management systems. And also we are making a set of team where they are making the trained, the skilled inspection people. And we are handholding our partners, giving these supplies of the manpower, skilled manpower, and supporting them to rise to the global manufacturing level. And these are all the initiatives that we have taken, the vendor quality management, the first of its kind in the Indian machine tool industry, and very proud about it. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Congratulations. For the next award, I would like to invite Mr. Manoj Sundaram, Head Business Development, Kalzais, to announce the award. The award is in MSME segment in manufacturing.
Thank you. So the announcement is for SME in manufacturing, Sustainability Samurai. This is for Mahindra Electric Mobility Limited.
Few words from you, sir, please. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the jury members and the media partners for selecting Mahindra Electric for this prestigious award. So sustainability is at the core and heart for Mahindra Electric. So thank you for recognizing us, and we are proud to have this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations. The next award I would require Nikita Sharma, Marketing Manager for Marcos India, come and announce the award. The award is again in MSME in manufacturing and in Startup Samurai.
Okay, so the award goes to for Startup Samurai, Electric One Mobility Private Limited. Congratulations.
So a few words, sir.
First of all, thanks to the jury, thanks to the Mix Media. And I'm here odd man out. I'm totally from sales background. I'm seeing a lot of manufacturings and logistics and other things. It all looks Irish, Hebrewish to me, but still I got good knowledge. Okay. I'm basically 25 years in branding, sales, marketing. I do marketing for a electric one. The founder is my friend and I'm one of the director there. So I take care of sales. And one good thing is these guys never told me anything on technical. They just go sell the product. At least today I got a lot of learnings. The world is moving towards technical. These people kept me in the blind and go sell the products. I keep on selling products and a lot of knowledge I got from Mr. Magesh. And thanks to you, the technical, India's ahead of technicals. We salespeople doesn't see that. You give a donkey, we sell it. You give an Airbus, we sell it. Everything, that's it. So thanks for the audience, good audience. Thanks for the panel members, a good knowledge on technical things. And thanks to everyone. And I thanks my co-founders. Their hard work earned this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. The next award I would like to call upon Dr. Arvind Patel, founder and CEO of Valvero, to announce the award, please. The award is in MSME segment in manufacturing and digital samurai.
The award goes to Digital Samurai M2 Next Solution Private Limited. Congratulations.
So, please.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. It was a very enriching session. And I would like to wholeheartedly thank Meshmix for recognizing us third time in the row since its inception. And also the jury members for, selecting us again on the Digital Samurai for the third time. And a lot of discussion on digitalization has been happening these days. And we truly started this journey 3 years back, 2019. I have had a rich experience working for a multinational company, particularly from Japan. And there was somewhere in the corner of my mind that I need to get back, give back something to the society from an Indian company. So very happy to know that EMS has got 2 awards who are our very close competitors from our principal company. And Machine Tool, and I heard they applied for 15 such categories. I don't know whether it's true or not. We also applied for 3 categories and we were marginally lost out is what I realized. But God is great. We got a digital samurai for the 3rd time. I wish, some of the competition somewhere they did, leave, got left out. But what I want to say is the evolution of technology today has been so fast and dynamic. And I just want to introduce Mr. Arun, who is the brainchild. His background is coming from VET with a master's. It doesn't look like one, but comes from a C-class town or a D-class town, whatever you call, from Tamil Nadu. Great amount of aspiration to do things which we have never even realized in our dreams that we could do it in this country. Okay, and today we have, to make, long story short, that we have developed a technology where there is no hardware required. Any machine tool you want to connect, you want to acquire the data, we could just do it. We started with a 1 lakh rupee equipment, then we came to 50,000, then we came to 20,000. As Dr. Naga Hanmaya said, you need to listen to MSME. MSME said, why should I pay for your equipment? So we just eliminated the equipment. Okay. So today we have technology which can just capture the data by connecting it to the CNC. And you could start doing anything you want with the data, and the data analytics can flow through the cloud. And with the advent of 5G, I think we are going to look at a lot of signature analysis happening. And this gives us a lot of inspiration to work on. And the next year nomination on the Digital Samurai, we take it very seriously to see that, we somehow make it for the 4th time. And thank you very much. And the sponsors, especially Zeiss and others, thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations. Next, I request Mr. Pandey from Mashmix Media to come and announce the award. The award is again in MSME in manufacturing, and it's Shogun Samurai.
Well, to the gentleman from M2 Next, let me tell you one thing, that you broke a lot of hearts this year, as you did the last year. In your category, there was many big and powerful names whose entries were very comprehensive and well done. But your applications and case studies, even I did a double take as to why the jury members are unequivocally awarding such high marks. So I wish that you keep breaking a lot of hearts every year with these awards. All right. The award is for Shogun Samurai for SME in manufacturing. And this goes to Mr. Uday Narang, Chairman, Omega Seiki Mobility.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So Mr. Narang is unable to join this event. So he has personally sent his message to me. Just wanted to thanks to all the audience and the members. I'll just play that.
Players and the Industry Samurai Awards. A great thank you to all of the people that have put such a great event together. I am very, very thankful to everybody to giving us this recognition. OSM and myself are working tirelessly on green energy and sustainability. This is core to my heart and everybody at OSM. I want to dedicate this award to all the men and women of OSM in India and globally. We are close to 600 strong, which will grow again. I want to thank everybody, our suppliers, our customers, our dealers who have given us so much energy to build a great company. Again, green energy sustainability is something that we believe is important for India, with 31 most polluted cities in the world in ours. And I want to see a great future for India with green energy and sustainability, with EVs, hydrogen, multiple other technologies, and OSM will work, and myself, in this journey. Once again, thank you for the recognition and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you and congratulations. For the next award, I request Dr. Naga Hanumaiya, sorry to pronounce the name wrong, Dr. Naga Hanumaiya, Director CMTI. The award is in MSME in manufacturing segment and it's for Performance Samurai.
Performance Samurai Award under MSME, or SME in manufacturing goes to Omni X Bending Private Limited. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for acknowledging our performance, Samurai. And I know everybody likes to be and loves to be appreciated. Especially, I think from manufacturing sector side, I was very happy when I came into it and happy to see that there is still a lot of interest in our sector because typically we are always compared to software professionals and very large companies, and we are never. I mean, we're not really recognized for what we do in the background. It's only the guys in the foreground who are recognized, like big companies and software developers and startups and unicorns and so on. And I would like to thank the panel personally. A lot of insight from today. Really appreciate also the human relations quotient of a changing environment in India. So it's very much appreciated. At OmniX, we strongly believe in a couple of things. One is transparency. Second is commitment to the customer. And third is performance in all our sectors. Wherever we operate, whatever we do, whether it's down on the shop floor or whether we are working upstairs doing engineering of our products, or whether we are supplying stuff to customer, or whether we're doing after sales, it's all about performance, and it's all about being performance driven rather than being person driven. We shouldn't depend on the person. I would rather set a set of rules, set of goals for each person to emulate and ask them to follow that rather than people sitting there working 16 or 18 hours a day. We do not believe in that. And I would like to thank Mesh Media for this award, and thank you all very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. For the next award, I request again Mr. Rizwan Khan for support to come on and ask the award, please. The award is in MSME in manufacturing and it's for innovation software.
So sponsors don't get an awards, right? Innovation Samurai. It's Pragati Engineering, Belgaum Private Limited.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Industry Samurai Award, jury and the media to award this recognition or innovation samurai category. It means makes me feel great on being recognized for the work that our team at Pragati Belgaum, Engineering Belgaum Private Limited, I dedicated this award to the team at PBL. Without without not having been possible, this recognition has been motivated as they strive more and do better. I am grateful to everyone who has always been a part of my journey, from my team and everyone. I am again thank you all for your kind support and recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. We are beginning with the large enterprises and manufacturing segment. This is the last segment for the awards. So I would like to call upon Mr. Manoj Sundaram, Head of Business Development Karzais, to come and deliver the award. The award is for Digital Samurai. Yeah,
Okay, this is Innovation Samurai Award for.
I'm so sorry. You can announce
It's okay, right? Innovation Samurai. It's not announced yet. If you want. Okay. Innovation Samurai Award for the company Indo Autotech Limited. Congratulations.
So, few words, please.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here, and thank you, Meshmix Media and BMI team for giving us this opportunity continuously for the second time in a row. And we are very well motivated with this. So also the jury members, thanks a lot for helping us and for supporting us with this award. At the same time, I wish to thank our top management of Indo Autotech Limited for motivating us and for allowing us to participate in these platforms. Also, the panel members who have spoken today, it is a very great input for us, and we wish to follow your guidelines. Thank you all once again.
Congratulations. For the next award, I will request Mr. Hardik Sumeshwar from Collins Aerospace to come and announce the award. The award is again in large scale enterprises in manufacturing and for Digital Samurai.
First of all, thank you so much, Matchmix Media, for giving me this opportunity. The award is for large enterprises in the category of Digital Samurai, and it goes to Alstom Transportation India Limited. Congratulations.
Vanakkam. So good afternoon, one and all. So this is Manigandan. So my friend is Sadish. We are coming from Alstom Transport India, Andhra Pradesh, and rolling stock unit. And last 2 years, we are participated many national level event, but all the awards we are received from Korea. But the after due to COVID, right? So this is the first time we are receiving the award through physical mode. Okay. So, we are participated in 3 categories. So now we are very happy to receive this digital award. So I would like, we are implemented so many digital initiatives in our plant. And I would like to thank my site MD, Mr. Vijay Subramaniam, and the management team, and who are supporting in this event. And our mainly, I thank to our Miss Media team for given this wonderful opportunity for us. And so now I hand over to my friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. One thing I have to tell in this stage that during COVID, we lost a lot of things, but the same time we learned a lot of things that digital in. But the all of you are working in the work from home. In this time, we connect the people or we connect with the other thing because we are in the come from industrial side and the engineering center is different place. So the both the things we are not directly meet in this COVID situation. Through the things we are connected to expertise and virtual reality and through the engineering review or design review, everything through virtual reality and done lot of things. And thank you once again. Thanks Mixed Media and jury for the and selection committee. Thank you. Thank you all.
Congratulations. For the next award, I would require Ms. Gayatri Sharma, Head of Communications, Rolls-Royce. Please come and announce the award. The award is in large-scale enterprises in manufacturing for service software.
I like the Oscar format. So in the category of large enterprise and manufacturing, and the Service Samurai Award goes to Makino India Private Limited.
Thank you, Mix Media. It's a great opportunity, and I think thanks to this entire team headed by Mr. Mohan Naik, I think they are the ones who need to be appreciated. It all starts with promise of performance, and that's the mantra that is taken in every single decisions. And when we talk about service, basically the customer centricity is the real theme behind which every single topic that goes, the motivation behind all these digital innovations that happen in the entire service. So it all starts with people. Without people who are just actually front-ending with the customer, normally salespeople are the ones who are normally well recognized, but the services guys are normally ignored. I think here this team is really working hard to bring in right processes where the people can be just properly taken care of. And on top of that is the process and the digital activities that the entire IT framework, there is a war room and the various other things, and where the right from engineers to the machines are tracked so that when they are just at a service, they just are very well coordinated. So on top of all these things, the leadership resolve. When it comes to customer centricity, quite a lot of occasions, there are challenges, whether we should really do it, is it making commercial sense? But when it comes to customer centricity, I think these things are normally overruled and then the decisions are taken. I think thanks to the leadership as such. Thank you once again for the wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm so excited to be here. So basically, thank you, Mass Mix Media and jury for this honor. And we in Makino believes in quality, innovation, and the promise of performance. Delivering a relentless customer satisfaction is our key to our success, and the team has proven, and I think there's much more to do. Thank you, everyone.
Now, I'm going to put Preeti through the same rigor that she has put others in. I'm going to ask her to come and open the envelope and find the mysterious winner of the next award.
The next award is in Sustainability Samurai, and the award goes once again to Alstom Transport India Limited. Please.
So already we are introduced. So just one things I want to tell you. So in our site, the 30% of the area we are occupied, we are implemented in the tree plantations. So through Miyawaki methodology. So in recently we are planted 2,500 plus trees in our plant. So thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations. For the second last award of this, I would request Mr. Magesh Srinivasan once again to come on stage and announce the award. The award is for Performance Samurai in large scale category.
And the award goes to Alstom Transport India Limited.
So in front of Performance Samurai, so mainly we have the body assembly shop. So in body assembly, in the current volume is per month is the 30 cars. So we based on our customer requirements, we need to produce so that's the quantity. It's a 60 bogie per cars. So our brilliant, our CFT teams and also our team members did the biggest innovations through Six Sigma methodology. So they will implemented the entire bogie shop enhancement. So now it's increased double the amount of bogies. So that's why we are receiving this awards. Thank you.
And one more thing. So last time we have participated one category only, the sustainability award. So you got win. Now this time three categories we have participated. All three you got. Next time we're planning to participate all the categories. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. This is the third time I'm saying congratulations to you guys. And the last category in the award ceremony, I would request Mr. Luca from Marpos to come and announce the award. This what? Okay, the last award is into Shogun Samurai. Luca, please.
So for the large enterprise in manufacturing Shogun Samurai, Mr. Kishore Jairaman, President India and South Asia, Rolls-Royce.
Thank you very much. I'm accepting this on behalf of Kishore. Unfortunately, he's traveling out of the country today, so he couldn't be here in person. But I would like to convey my thanks on his behalf to the team at Meshmix Media and all the members of the jury for honoring him today for his contribution. And he's been a veteran in the industry for almost 30 years now. And we are all benefiting from the richness of his experience at Rolls-Royce. And it's a pleasure to work with him and under his guidance. So I'm very, very privileged to be accepting this on his behalf. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gayatri. Congratulations. Now, there's a surprise for the sponsors. I would request Mr. Anand Pandey to come on stage and hand over the certificates to them. The first, I would request someone from Mapos India. The Mapos, you can please come and take over the certificate.
Is insisted.
Something you people want to say? Luca? Anything?
What to say? Thank you very much. This is unexpected, unexpected recognition, and they say, as Marpos, we are here to help all the manufacturer in order to increase the quality of their products. So, any help that we can give you as a manufacturing company, but also as an Indian country, we are here to help you. So, thank you very much.
The next is for Stratasys India, being additive partner for your Samurai Awards 2022. Someone from Stratasys team is there? Okay, no one is there. Later, okay, fine, I'll announce this. The next is for Valgro India, for being the silver sponsor for Industry Samurai Awards. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Dynamic Manufacturing, to give us the opportunity for the sponsorship of Samurai Awards. We, Valgro India Limited, manufacturer of metal preparation machinery, which can be held for sheet metal processing industries after laser cut or cutting and banding for deburring and edge rounding operations. And we are exporting more than 16 countries our machinery successfully, and our major market is US. Now we are also watching the Indian industries also now need to be this kind of the advanced product for their in-house manufacturing facility. So after COVID, we focus Indian market also. Thank you very much for Indian industries and dynamic manufacturing to give us this opportunity to serve all. Thank you.
The next is for being the gold sponsor for Industry Samurai Awards. It's Carl Zeiss India Private Limited.
So thank you, Meshmik Media, for giving us this opportunity. And it's always a pleasure to give awards to the hardworking manufacturing industrialists that are out there. And we are glad got this opportunity. So congratulations to all, and thank you so much. Thank you.
The last one is for Supply Point Systems for being the silver sponsor. Please.
Okay, I won't eat much time because we all need to have lunch now. Uh, Thank you, Meshmix Media. Wonderful effort by Dinesh, Preeti, Anand, everybody here. And I was really excited to be part of this event because I've been following it since long time. And LinkedIn might be thinking, what is this Samurai Awards going on in India? And the way they have created a huge cloud on the LinkedIn platforms. My boss from UK was asking me what's going around in India and why are you seen so much on Samurai Awards? What's going on? So I said, yeah, we are one of the sponsors in this event. But for all those who don't know Supply Point, see, we are into intelligent inventory management, where we have our solutions for complete store automation to point of use solutions. We have two factories. One is in the US, another one in the UK, with two more assembly units in China and Brazil. We already have approx 500 plus machines in India. So that's just for your information, and we are growing year on year. So for any kind of support on store automation and intelligent inventory, let me know. I'm here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'll quickly jump in just to say two very important things from our side. One is that been an exciting feature added this year into the presentation. This idea came from the jury that we can have a video pitch of the submission where the spokesperson or the person from that particular department talks on the video about the various things that they are doing. So it's an exciting addition. Uh, Everybody, and we thought that people will not be sharing with us these video presentations, but we were amazed to see that everybody put their heart and soul. In fact, many of the winners, they got an edge in this area because their department heads speaking individually for each of the submissions and the case studies. They went to that extent. So thank you so much for this exciting this participation. The second thing I want to thank the sponsors for their support is from an editorial side. Editors usually shouldn't be seeing around thanking sponsors, but I am taking this liberty because having worked with, and I still work with Indian and international media companies, as well as with CII. As I told Hardik that I'm a gig worker, I'm a gig editor in this economy. So the difference that I see in Indian media companies, international, especially those based in the US and the UK, is that they are supported by their industry. The good media companies, obviously, there are always bad apples in the basket. But the Indian media companies, they are not. They live a very short life. I personally have, if not, shuttered down a few of my own, which I worked with. The reason is that the trust deficit, as it is with academia, with B2B media organizations also, and the infrastructure cost and the printing cost and everything. And also from the sponsor side, they come with a lot of bells and whistles, a lot of demands, because of media organization magazines that given too easily. They, magazines and media companies, and one of the biggest media conglomerates in our country has publicly proclaimed that content is a commercial enterprise. It's not an editorial enterprise. We live in a country where the content information is treated as a commercial entity. But when you're trying to do such things which do not involve money, which purely involve the growth and progress and the recognition of innovation in industry, it means a great deal to us that sponsors come to our support and help us survive in this industry. Thank you very much, the sponsors.
Bear with me for more 5 minutes, just the ending. Thank you once again for your presence. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward to meeting you at the networking lunch. And before we end the session, I would like to once again thank from my end the sponsors, Valgrow India, Marpos India, Supply Point Systems, Kalzais India, Statistics India for supporting us. Our eminent jury members, Dr. Ruchi Agarwal, Dr. Nikhil Agarwal, Dr. Rakesh Sinha, Dr. Ranjit Patil, and Professor Devmalia Chatterjee for giving their valuable time to us. And also a big shout out to all the viewers who are following us online through Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube, for staying with us for these 8 amazing days. Please watch out this space for more such events in future as well. Thank you. Have a good lunch, please. Thank you.
Okay, so I announced the event concluded. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, the three ladies that we have with us and who lightened up, who illuminated the whole event. Thank you so much, and please meet us outside.